Race of this 2025 Orienteering World Cup. We're going to start with the original distance, the original discipline in orienteering with the long distance races. We'll be live for the women's race first before moving over towards the men's. The runners, they've had to come through a qualification system yesterday. They've run what's been described as a shorter long distance course in 3 heats yesterday in order to qualify for today's A finals. They had to be in the top 20 in order to make it through. So races back to back for these athletes. And of course, today's will be a winning time, estimated winning time of around 90 minutes. So a grueling set of races for the athletes this World Cup, with the middle distance and the relay still to come here in Sweden. So as you can see, there's quite a camp out here at the arena waiting for the athletes who we have had a few finishers already. They are starting very, very remotely out in the forest, but making their way through to this final part of the arena where we will get their final time and we'll see what they've been able to do. But it's going to be a challenge for the athletes on today's races. Jonas, it's a packed schedule for a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we just had the Jukla and Venla relay last weekend. Then now we have the World Cup races, and I mean, it doesn't take so much time until the World Championships either. Very important races here for a few of the runners. Many teams have made selections, not all of them. So, for example, for the Swiss team, it's still about open places for the World Championships. I think also in the Swedish team. Finland, for example, they already have their team ready. Most of the runners which are within the team in Finland, they're not going to be starting today. But I think we're going to take a look at the map first. It's quite different terrain to what the runners have been experiencing the last weekend at Jukoland Venla. There we had quite tough terrain, so tough in the meaning of rough and green. I think it's not that green and rough today. Most of the runners will experience it as very nice. You can see the numbers there, 13.4 kilometers. You mentioned it, we start very remotely and we start with a short control. It's basically to give the runners a bit of time to prepare. The most difficult control and the longest route choice. So the control itself is quite difficult. It's green, it's dense, and it's quite a long leg. The course planner says that it's quickest to go up the route. The red route choice, we can see that from the splits of the runners that have already been out there, it's about half a minute quicker than going down to the blue one. After the second control, which I can already spoil it, there have been many mistakes at this second control. Then we have a few short controls, 3-4. Then we go up into this mountain area. It's open there. It's, as they call it in Sweden, fjällterräng. So it's open. It's open field basically above the boundary of where you don't have any trees anymore. Then we go into a bit with better visibility from, I would say, halfway to 9 to the map flip at 12. That's where we have the first TV control. A couple of short legs, well, semi-short one to 15. There are a bit of route choices. You can either go to the right or quite straight. Second TV control, control 17, and then the second long leg. Still visibility at around 17, very good. You can see it in the 3D animation. It's quite a hill in the middle. Course planner says either you go blue or red. It's when they tested it was very blue. Equal. Yeah, the dark blue. The red one is easier to execute though, so I would expect most of the runners to go for the red one when we come to the favorites. Then it's just a couple of short controls left before we have the third TV control, and then a kind of a route choice leg. You have the possibility to go all around on the open field and the street towards control 21 and then the finish. So you can see it's very not that often that we have such a stretch of a course where you actually start that much remotely, that far away from the finish. And we have two key moments in this race today. It's the second leg, and it's the leg 17 to 18. As I mentioned, many mistakes already at Control 2. I've actually created a list. We can come back to that later. This is a 3D animation from around 3 to 4. It's, I guess, to give you a feeling about how it is to run in the slope and how steep it is. We will go a little bit on with this animation to Control 5. Approximately halfway, we're going to see a pre-runner as well. Then we get a better feeling of how the terrain is, especially then in the open area. This one here is quite straightforward. I think the open area is not that very difficult. I mean, you can see very far when the weather is good. You should be able to locate big features in the terrain. If I'm not totally wrong, we're behind Isabella Ljungberg, one of the few very talented Swedish youth or juniors. She's running to the sixth control. You can see the uphill. It's quite stony here, but still runnability is rather good, I would say. And you can get the features on the way. You see so far ahead.
Yeah, you just get such a good view, and you just can go absolutely straight on these controls. I don't see, on this control here, you just want to get your compass, tick off all the features, and hopefully nail the control itself. Yeah, as you said, a few rocks, but not really anything to worry about.
Yeah,
and it's more rocky on the open areas compared to in the forest. Yeah.
It is a bit rocky in the beginning of the long leg between 1 and 2, but basically, as you mentioned before, it's most of the controls here go straight, except for those two longer legs we have. So it's not the difficulty today is keep direction, keep distance, and then find the right contours close to the control in order to get a good attack point, because that's the struggle today, to find a good attack point to the control.
Yeah, and I think we'll come back to that lots and lots, especially when we're talking about control number 2. This is the start list. So it was qualification yesterday, as I mentioned, top 20 in each heat going through. But then it's actually ordered not by the qualification, it's ordered by the Forest World Ranking. So, for example, Malin Egerve Christiansen here, number 36, she won her heat, but she's not starting last because it's all to do with the Forest World Ranking. Most of the athletes already in the forest now. We're just waiting for our last few starters. Jonas, normally at this point I ask you, who are some early names we can watch out for?
Yeah, and usually I would be able to give you a few, but today it feels like, Amy Nymalm started quite well, I would say, for Finland. But the other names I would give you at this point, they all did mistake at the second control. I mean, if it just to give you a few names: Hanne Hilo, Wikström, Tuomisto, Taulavori, Alina Nikli, Svensson, Agervik, Malin Agervik Christiansen, Grace Malloy, Pia Youngvik, Ines Berger, Miri Traniodum. They all did big mistakes at the second control. So it's I think we have to wait until we get the last names, the big favorites, to really have even
Yes,
maybe
this
the
is
top
Inka
5 or
Nurminen.
top 10.
Yeah, this is Inka Nurminen in here. She is our current leader at the moment with 109 minutes and 41 seconds. At the first radio control, she was in 6th place, so obviously lots of scope for other people to catch up that time. As you can see there, those are the standings at the finish, so we should expect that time to come around to an hour and a half mark, as you said. But yeah, a lot of kind of casualties from some really top quality runners, and a lot to do with that second control. So we've only had 18 runners into the finish so far of around 60. So it's very, very early days, isn't it, in terms of the start list and the results list. So we will get going then with our next starters very, very soon, and we'll make sure we can catch up with a lot of the mistakes made. Of course, the GPS tracking has been live for about an hour already, so I'm sure you've been having a look at some of those, but we can head back to the to start. This is a replay of the start of Victoria Hestad Bjornstad. Unlucky to miss out on the World Champs team.
She won one of the test races. The Norwegians had 4 test races. She won the mid distance in Finland. I think they had 2 races in Norway and 2 in Finland. Basically, I would say it was between her and Pia Youngvik who would get the last spot. Pia Youngvik, I think 3 times in 3rd position. Victoria Hestad Bjornstad had 1 good result, but then she won the mid distance. So yeah, you could have gone either way. I think it's tough for Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, but it's understandable in a way to do the selection like this.
So we can catch up with these athletes. Just taking the wrong way out there, I think. So I think they're crossing over towards our 12th control very soon, which is the actual radio
And
control.
You can see here from the drone pictures, forest in this part very, very open. I mean, there is nothing in the way that lowers visibility, basically. So in this section here, it's quite similar to what they have experienced in the qualification.
Yeah, so she's just punched at control number 11. Crossing, you can see the marsh on the right-hand side of your screen, which is on the map, then crossing over kind of between the couple of hills and the control itself, which she's about to approach on this marsh in this very open area. This is where there's a map flip, and that's because, I mean, if you had one map with all of the course on, it would be massive because it's such a linear course.
Yeah, I mean, this time the map flip is not here in order to make it easier to read all of the different controls. This time it's really just about not having such a big map.
So Amy Niemann then into the finish. This is going to be a new leading time here by a big margin, and we saw some of her GPS tracking up on the screen there. Looks like she's not really made any mistakes out there in the forest, and she's going to be rewarded with a new leading time here. Great to see. So 2 Finns leading at the moment. Amy Niemann from Inkanermanen, 1 hour, 41 minutes and 45 seconds. And yeah, I think that's going to hold up for quite a long time. I think it's a fantastic result for her at the moment. This is Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, and I think Grace Malloy there as well. But Bjornstad goes quicker than Amy Niemann by just 26 seconds. As you can see, she turns over her map, begins the next part of the course, and she is the current leader then at this point. I guess around halfway on the course, on the halfway point. So back at the finish, Amy Niemann will get her download and get be sitting on the leader's chair, basically. Does it look like she's made any mistakes out there?
No, I would need to really go back. I don't think she had any bigger mistakes.
Well, this is
especially
comparison
not
here.
in
This
the
is
first
Amy
one.
Niemann's route to number 18 compared to Hedvig Valbjørn Goodison, who clearly has made a little mistake there into 18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and here, I mean, the red route, as we know from the course planner, is expected to be a bit slower.
Yeah, it's quite extreme to go out towards, I think she said Hedvig Valbjørn Goodison went out towards the power line there, and you wouldn't expect that to be the best of running though as well. But it does avoid you a lot of climb.
I thought there would be more to this graphic, but maybe it froze in a way. This is Paula Gross, Swiss runner. It's also replay.
And Paula Gross had some good selection races, I think, as well in the test races.
She
Good
was quite
results.
solid. She was quite solid, so I think she's definitely in the race for the World Championship spots in the Swiss team.
Yes, the Swiss and the Swedish teams both have 18 runners in this World Cup, and all of their runners qualified through into the A finals, which is, I guess, kind of what we've come to expect with both of those two nations. It's not just they've got the amazing top runners who we'd always going to pick out as favourites. It's the depth as well. That whole squad getting through when it's very, very tough qualification, especially on the men's race when it was such a there is such a big field. There's a big entry list, and it means that it's very hard to qualify.
It is, but to be fair, I mean, we have a few nations that don't have all of their best runners at the start line today. As we mentioned before, Finland, for example, almost all of the World Championships runners not starting today, so it might have been a little bit easier to qualify to this A final compared to other competitions. This is Frida Wikström, and
yeah, she's very near the end of her route here. She went the lower route on the first long leg and climbed up the hill into the control, but then really overshot it. She was so, by her GPS tracking, she was so close to the control. She must have been within meters of it, and then just kept on climbing and kept on climbing. So it was really tough because she had such a good run otherwise.
yeah, we have seen that many times that runners have been very close to the control, but then just missed out. She's on the way to the last control now and to the finish very soon, but you can see there 20 minutes behind Nymalm. Yeah, she's also, yeah, as I said, a big mistake to the second control. And I only wrote down the names of the runners that have missed more than 2 minutes to the second control. I've seen runners, they missed 12 minutes.
Yes,
For
and Miri
example,
Trana
Malin
Erdem, he
Ageli
still hasn't
Christiansen.
found it. Yeah.
Yeah, Sanna Fast is doing a mistake at the moment. One of the big favorites for today, yeah, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree. And also mistakes from Frida Wikström descending down into control number 8. It's so what is it about this that's making it tricky, and actually that's meaning that a lot of the athletes are getting so close to the control but just
So,
clearly not seeing it.
I mean, one factor is bad visibility for sure. As you mentioned before, we have seen runners, they basically passed the control 5 meters and didn't see it. So it has to be very dense. Then it's also a little bit about the approach. Sanna Fast, for example, she went straight in the slope, and then it's so hard to get an attack point. It's much easier when you come from below or from the top. Then you can either drop down or come up from a path, but still clear attack point. And add bad visibility, so you might not see your attack point as planned, makes it very difficult. But let's focus on the comparison between Nymalm and Lotta Karola that we have seen before. Now it's Taulavuori, many Finns on the way now.
Yeah,
But
loads
she's
of Finns.
also,
This is Anno Tuomisto as well. The two of them coming into the finish together. And as you mentioned, a big Finnish team, but not only one of them has been selected for the World Champs team. Nevertheless, look at this, how they are packing out the top 4, top 5. And with Matila, about to finish as well, this is looking really good for the Finns at the moment. Maybe no surprise considering they've got a home World Championships. There's so much of the last few
yeah, but
years
I mean,
been trying to develop athletes to perform well at this year.
yeah, but I mean, they had quite a big gap up to Nymalm, more than 10 minutes.
So Miri Trana Erdem from Denmark, one of the kind of most consistent Danes over the last few years. But I'm sure we will find out very soon the tricky troubles she's been having on the course, because it has been very, very tricky for her to find the second control. And we get some indication of what the terrain is like out there as well, the mixed kind of visibility. Here, obviously, a flatter, marshier parts.
Alasun is on, maybe? Yeah. On the way to the
Yes, I think you're
16th.
right.
And then to the 17th. 17th is TV control. That's Alina Nikli. Had a great start into this season. Very, very good at the test races in Switzerland, or the Swiss test races.
Yeah, and she must be, like first or second year senior. She's very, very young runner as we head back to Alva Sonnesson. So she's on her way to the 17th control. So that's the second TV split where we'll pick up her time. And I guess also what makes some of this course quite tricky is that some of it really is that big slope orienteering. Some of it's uphill, some of it's downhill, some of it's contouring, and some of it is like this where I guess it is a slope, but it's much flatter. There's more kind of shapes in the slope as well, and it's the adapting to all of those that you have to do.
And it's impossible to plan for bad visibility because you just don't see it on the map. I mean, everything is white. White or green, depending on not on visibility, but on how quick you can run. So the definition of a green is a percentage of the speed you can run on a street. And sometimes visibility gets low, but runnability is still good. So then you don't have any green on the map. And it makes it so difficult to plan anything, because if you would know that visibility is very low around control number 2, you would more likely to go up and take the control from above and be very careful on how you enter the area just around the control, but you just can't see that on the map.
Yeah, I was about to just ask you about that. So you've preempted my question there, because you can't show visibility and runnability on the map, and it means you kind of, I guess to an extent,
I mean,
have to get lucky. This seemed to define the races 4 years ago as well. So this is the second time in 4 years that the World Cup's been held here in Idre Fjäll, and that seemed to be the case 4 years ago, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a surprise for the runners. They had been running model events. They have been running the qualification yesterday. You know it, but well, maybe to come back, a few mappers, they just go around this kind of problem and they make it green on the map, even though it shouldn't be green, just because visibility is lower. But then at the same time, well, hard to say. You're quite up in the mountains. If the leaves, if they haven't come out yet, it's not green. Visibility is good. Sometimes if it's a bit cold in the beginning of the year, then leaves come out later, then you don't really know how green will it be when the competition is. So it doesn't make sense to actually add visibility as one of as the deciding factor for green. So I think it's right to do it like this, but it's so hard to plan for the runners.
Yeah, I mean, what do they just guess? What do they do?
I mean, you have to be prepared for that. You read the map, and there are features on the map to read that. Visibility is not everything. I mean, in night orienteering, you manage to navigate with low visibility as well. You manage to navigate in green areas as well. It's just that you have to adapt to the visibility. And as long as you do that, and as long as you do it in time, I think you're fine.
Yeah, so just being adaptable and being flexible. This is Victoria Hestad Bjornstad again. If you remember, she went into the lead at control 12 at the previous TV split. She is now on her way to the 17th control. We just saw her punch at the 16th, and approaching this the TV split. You can see still alongside Grace Malloy, who she's caught up. And you can see, well, certainly Grace there refolding her map, ready for this next leg, because this is where this big route choice leg is coming up. And we can kind of, to an extent, see how prepared the athletes are when they get to this point.
And I mean, for everyone who has been following Venla and Jukkola relay last weekend, this is a different kind of approach, because what made the route choices so difficult back then, half a week ago, was that you had to plan so many different sections. You had a big map, you had long legs, and you kind of had to plan the whole way. Here it's basically go left, straight, or right, but in between there's not so much to plan. You see quite quickly the 3 different options, and then you decide which one you take. So I think this one is much easier to decide.
So Ingrid Lindenez at the start, heading out. First, it's quite a short run out to the start point, quite a short control number 1. And will the athletes try and get a sense of, even in those first few paces of the map, will they try and get a sense of the overall course and where the long legs are? Of course, they'll be expecting long legs for long distance. Will they try and pick up some of that information?
I mean, they see the first control and then they see that it's a very long leg, and then they start planning it. I don't think they go ahead more than that, because they won't see the second long leg because of the map flip. So I think it's quite, you take the map, you see there's one long leg in the beginning, and then you start planning it. It's a very short first leg, so you don't want to plan too much, otherwise you're already there and you miss the first control, and you don't want to do that. But then, of course, on the way to the second control, depending on if you take the lower route choice, you have quite a lot of time to take a look at the coming tasks, where you actually don't need to be 100% focused. If you go in the slope, then you have to be careful. It's mostly about distance here, but as I said before, you don't really get a good attack point, so it's good to always know where you are. If you climb, you have it kind of in between. It's easier on the way, but be careful in the end when you drop down in order to not miss the control.
So Lotta Kola into the finish here. This looks like it's going to be a top 3 for Finland at the moment. Looking back over her route, she doesn't seem to have made any big mistakes, which is obviously why she is in such a good position at the finish. She's gone south of the big hill on that second long leg, and I think she went fairly straight. Yeah, she did indeed, fairly straight on that first long leg. So into the finish here, and her long campaign will be done and dusted on this first race of this 2025 World Cup. So 3:29 is the gap so far going into second place. Now, Pia Youngvik is one of those Norwegians to have already been selected for the World Championships in about a month's time in Finland. Starting off there, that looks like a 11th place at that point. And we go back. This is a replay again from the start with the pole. Alexandra Hornick getting her first chance to look at the map, immediately folding it up just to get that kind of smaller view. Means it's just easier to kind of focus on where exactly you are at the moment and not have any distractions of any other part of the map. And straight into probably having the right balance, as you said, of planning that long leg and making sure you don't mess up the first leg. And she goes straight into the forest. Back at the finish, Lucy Simikova from Czechia.
There should be a new 7th position right now for Lucy. And the time is 1 hour 55 minutes and 29 seconds.
So just under 14 minutes off the pace into 7th for the young Czech.
Waiting also soon for Alina Nigli into the finish.
It's her second World Cup race. Oh, no, not her second World Cup race. It's her 3rd time representing Czechia at the World Cup. And Alina Nigli, you were mentioning her earlier, Jonas, with great test race performances. Let's see what she's able to do at the finish.
But she's one of the runners that missed that second control. I think a big part of those 8.5 minutes come from the very beginning of the course.
Big position for Alina in the A final for women. Here we have Amini Maltinam in lead, 1:41:45. And Alina Negli
Yeah, she went directly over the hill as well on that long route to control number 18, but really losing big amounts of time at control 2. Just stopped a little bit too early and then went back up the hill. Back at the start then. This is a replay of Johanna Riedefeld. We have, in fact, had everybody start now. We've nearly had everybody through to the second control. But Riedefeld is dropping down the slope towards control number 8 very soon.
This is a
And here's
replay
a
of this second control. It's really good how Riedefeld is doing it. She got this small pump, so there's a re-entrant up there just before the control, then you come to the pump, and then from there you have to go down. But as you see, she missed just before the control, and that's what I said. You still have, you have the pump, but then it's quite a long bit to go without well, of course you have the contours, but there's no other features as an attack point. And as we said, it's very, very dense just around the control. You can see that speed of Riedefeld actually is very good, but she misses every now and then. So Nyman with better technique can still stay ahead. Now we're live with Riedefeld, and this is Anne Durkorn. Didn't have the best start into the season.
So you can catch up with Paula Gross. And just trying to catch up where she is. I think she's heading towards our first TV control, dropping down the slope.
It's very hard to say from
Towards,
the
I'm
drone
saying, control
pictures
11.
where we are.
Yeah, I think she's dropping down towards control number 11 because we have
now
these
it gets
houses.
easier.
Oh yes, she went west to the, must have gone west to the path and then down on this loop of road. Number 11 very close by. And then a short one to number 12 where all the runners have this map flip and basically change to a completely new bit of map because it's not any out and back, it's a very linear course. They have a remote start a long, long way away and essentially are making their way back towards the finish. So punch the 11th control, no problems there. We'll go close to this marsh and on the little saddle between the two hills to get to the 12th control. And as you can see, Paula Gross there, already 6 minutes behind that leading time of Victoria Hestad Bjornstad. We haven't got all her routes up because it's slow on the GPS tracking. She did also make a small mistake to control number 2. Went very direct, it was a little bit too high. But otherwise not too bad, and into 13th place then. Denisa Kralova from Czechia, and this is her on her way to the 16th and then 17th controls. She was in fifth spot at the TV control. So good starts. And here, as you can tell, very open, good visibility in general, but sometimes, you know, the controls just are tucked behind something, they're tucked in a re-entrant, and it feels like you ought to, even though you can see really far, what the job of a good planner is to make it so you can't just see the control from several hundred meters away. But it will be into fifth then for the Czech. Sanafast then at the start. The anchor leg runner for the winning team from Venla. And she's had a fantastic season so far.
Yeah, she had a very good winter. I think it's one of the first times where she hasn't been injured during winter training. So, well, she's in great shape.
So we've got a little animation of her.
Yeah, and
GPS
that's one of the
tracking,
mistakes.
roughly.
You can see she's coming from the slope, and if you look at that line, there's nothing to read at. I mean, you have this small water feature coming down a few meters before, but you can't say on which height you are. So it's so difficult if you come from the slope and you have to do the work all the way. It's much easier if you come from above and you know that you have to drop, or you know that you have to climb. This is Ingrid Luddanes, struggling a little bit on the way to the TV control.
This is the 11th control. Tucked in a re-entrant behind the building. Then she can open up here for the map flip, the exchange at the next control. She was the anchor leg in the second IFCO Göteborg team at Venla. And yeah, such a tight turnaround from that competition into this one for the women, but especially for the men who obviously were racing overnight. A few supporters camped out at this TV control. As you can see, she's already prepared, already turned that map over, already knows the next part of the challenge, where the terrain changes, that more open style of slope, some bigger features in the slope as well.
That's the only Finnish World Championships runner at the start of this World Cup round. Ida Haapala on the way to the 17th control. 2 minutes behind, a bit more, Victoria Hesta Björnstad.
Yeah, it's a decent start. She's actually caught up. Oh, she's caught up a lot of time on Ines Berger. She's caught up about 9 minutes, I think, on the Swiss. You can see running alongside there. So good start for Haapala.
I think that she lost about 2 minutes to the first control. No, not even to the first control, but until she left the path, she went down until she left the path there only physically. So I don't really know what happens there or happened there.
Teresa Roturier at the start. You may know her better as Teresa Yanashikova. And she, hasn't had the best, I think, start to this season, but let's have a comparison then of Victoria Hestad Bjornstad and Amy Niemann. So Amy Niemann, our current leader at the finish, and this is Victoria Hestad Bjornstad taking a very similar route, but looking great, looking, still in a commanding position.
Yeah, you can see very similar route choices. They're aiming for about the same height in order to go around this hill and then approach the control, the 18th control. This is Hanna Wisniewska at the first TV split, but also you can see it there, the gap up to Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, almost 7 minutes.
At the start again, we can focus on Sara Hagström. Her first World Cup forest race in 2 years, last one being in Czech in 2023. She had a very rough 2024 with injury, surgery, getting back into running again. But now the European champion is ready to race this long distance. It's great to see her back running this, the toughest of the distance physically.
Yeah, and I mean, this will be a very good test for her back. A lot of downhill running, quite tough actually. I would not have been that surprised if she would have skipped this long distance and focused on the middle distance, but obviously everything seems to be all right. Again, she says that she still has a few problems when she has to go and kind of go over fallen trees or go under a few fallen trees in passages, but otherwise when she's running straight, going quite well again.
Yeah, and obviously we'll recap. It's an important race for the Swedish team as it is the Swiss team, because the full team hasn't been selected for the World Champs yet.
Yeah, definitely. And I
So
mean,
lots to play for.
quite many of the teams, they send only a few runners. If you look at the Norwegian team or Finnish teams, yeah, maybe there you have only 4 runners, and then okay, you have the Swedish team, then you might have an extra spot from Tove Alexandersson, but still, there are not that many places for really many runners. But let's compare Victoria Hestad Björnstad and Natalia Gempele on the way to this second control we have been talking so much about. Gempele is staying in the slope. You can see that there are not that many features on the way. Now she's climbing a bit, gets that pond, that's really good. Then she gets the hill there. Now she has to drop a little bit. And the deciding moment we could see, unfortunately, Gempele did about 1.5 minute mistake to the second control. Johanna Riedefeld, I think we've seen her before in a comparison where we could observe that she did small mistakes every now and then. No very big one to the second control, for example, but not the perfect race from her.
Okay, let's take Cécile Calandry to the third split. That's control number 20. And she had a really good start. She came down the bottom of the kind of on the path to the second control, that first long leg, and it seemed to do her quite well. Now into, what was that, into 6th place. See if I can spot any mistakes from Cécile Calandry. Yes, she overshot number 18. She was really close to it as well. and slightly overshot number 2, but must have been very, like, by just a few meters, so by no means a big mistake there. But Carlson into the finish, into 11th place. Helena Carlson.
From Finland, the current leader.
But that was Andrea Svensson who you just saw downloading there. She went into 5th place, 8 minutes and 17 seconds down on the lead, which is still being held by Amy Newman. 110 minutes and 2 seconds out there. Andrea Benjaminsen then is one of the last starters. Always want to pick her for a top 3 spot. So kind of consistently around that 2nd, 3rd place. We'll see what she's able to do today. So we have a comparison between her and
Really
Gempler and
good.
Victoria Haystead Bjornstad, who was one of the quickest around the course.
I like the way Benjaminsen went there in this re-entrant, the same as Victoria Hesta Björnstad. But then, yeah, start is a little bit, you can see very good approaching by Victoria Hesta Björnstad and the mistake of Gempler, which, I mean, she, yeah, mentioned it before, so hard to take it when you're running with in the slope there to this control.
And you know what? She actually did really well just to even kind of, she clearly saw those stones that she was at and could identify that it was on the map, feature on the map, and then exactly where she was and that she needed to climb from there. That could very, very easily have turned into a much bigger mistake, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, of course, she seemed to have good control over distance. So when she got the feature, finally got a feature to navigate with, it wasn't difficult for her to get back. But to get it in the first approach is really a difficult thing when you add that visibility is so low.
So this is Anna Dukorn, and I think in the distance, the first athlete you could maybe just pick out amongst the drone was Alexandra Hornick. They're both, I think, on their way to the 11th control. As you can see, yeah, they're crossing over the track and approaching that 11th control. Anna Dukorn, not too badly so far. She went very, very straight to the first control. Didn't seem to have too many problems. And that's put her into 5th place at the moment. So that is the leader's chair. Amy Newman getting nice and comfortable. And just any shot of the leader's chair is reminding me of 4 years ago when Hannah Limbo was the first starter and ended up winning the middle distance race. Great scene to keep coming back to the leader's chair for her. But Simona Aebersold, she is the long distance world champion. She's the World Cup winner from last year. And she is, of course, one of the big favourites for this race.
She definitely is. But I just want to add something here. I followed the GPS a little bit, and actually I think that Sanna Fast punched at control 8. You might see it. There is the men's control quite close to it, and I think she's never been to the women's control. We might see that later on then. This is the comparison between Sara Hagström and Victoria Hesta Björnstad. Sara Hagström, small mistake as well to control 8. You can see it's hard. I mean, you build up quite a bit of speed from control 7 to 8. You get actually a few features, you know it's somewhere there in the stony area, so it's easier than control 2, but you can almost feel looking at this GPS route here that visibility can't be very, very good.
And there's some nervousness as well. I think, you know, it's the first downhill leg. You know that you're going to be traveling at a different speed. It's hard to judge the distance as well. And for me, looking at that one, I am not surprised to see people making mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that she most probably must have seen the stone when she was coming down there, yeah, approximately 3/4 on the way to the 8th control. And then from there, it seems on the map. I mean, you have the marshes to follow. It's a bit watery and the stones, but it's hard to see a knoll in a downhill as a feature, as a control. So I can almost understand the hesitation a little bit. And you don't want to overshoot the control. That would be, I mean, then you will need to relocate and climb again.
Ingrid Lindenez here at the split number 2. But if you've got the GPS tracking up now, I just want to draw your attention towards control number 8 because I'm going to ruin the tension for you. There is big mistakes being made by Gempler and Benjaminson, who are running together. And it means that Abersold and Alexanderson have caught up. And there could be one super train of athletes heading towards our first TV control very soon, because basically all of the last 4 athletes have grouped up together. This is very, very unusual to see, and it's because we're seeing so many mistakes by those top runners, and I think because Alexanderson is just running so fast. We've got another mistake from Mirichana Erdem, who is having a nightmare of a day, and it looks like Teresa Roturier is also having problems at this 8th control as well. So there's mistakes left, right and centre.
Roturier was actually together with Sanna Fast at the wrong control, but she noticed and stayed up there and kept on looking for the right one. Sanna Fast continued then to control 9.
Well, Victoria Hayes-Bjornstad continuing to have a great run because she is into the lead here at control 20. And there's a little route choice to go now for the next control. This is quite an interesting one. I think on the picture you haven't necessarily been able to see, but the stream is out of bounds. There's several crossing points you have to choose between, so it kind of really forces this route into a route choice. Here's the last starter though, the big favourite as always when we come to Forest Orienteering. She's got 21 World Championship titles. She's got 50 World Cup golds. And she is always, I mean, she's always a favourite when it comes to a race like this.
And you already gave it away.
Have a look at the comparison as well. Yeah, she's already caught up.
You already gave away that she caught up with Benjaminsen, Gemperle, Abersold, Roturier, Tranödem. You can see she's running so good in the slope. All of them three stayed kind of in the slope. You can see Abersold climbing in the end, loses time. I think she tries to get a feature to read herself into the second control. Small hesitation then to the third control, but actually at this point Alexanderson was already able to see Abersold in front of her. And at this point here, I think they were together. Then we have this, she's very good on the red line, almost all the way. Then just a few meters beside, but no bigger mistake. We have seen much bigger mistakes at this 8th control. And now we are live with Alexanderson, and as we said, I mean, Alexanderson at this point running together in a group with Benjaminsen, Abersold and Gemperle.
Yeah, those are the last 3 athletes, but we can take Sara Hagström through the control here, the one she's just punched, and she takes the lead at this point. So great running there for Sara Hagström, and by herself in the forest.
She did a mistake about a minute, I would say, to 8, the one we have seen before. Yeah, maybe it was 40 seconds. Small mistake and bit of hesitation in the downhill, but otherwise it seemed really solid.
Yeah, those are the standings at split 1. That is control number 12 with Sara Hagström through. We've only got 4, there are only 4 athletes that started after her. So really good position to be having at this point. And Amy Newman, who's sitting on the leader's chair at the moment, it could be very, very good for her by the time this competition comes to an end, especially knowing that some of those last four, obviously those last four have made mistakes in order for them to group up together. But let's take Cécile Calandry to the finish. And she looks just not running through that control. I think just shows you how long and how tough it is out there. How much climb the climb on the final details on bulletin 4, 555 meters of climb. It is so tough, and yeah, she's really had a tricky one there. But in some way, I mean, she's going to be into 4th place, so maybe she feels like it's been bad, but she should still be fighting for seconds here.
Seems like she has cramps.
So the finish here from Cécile Calandry. 1 hour, 49
Yeah, again, looking back to her route, no big mistakes. And rewarded with that 4th place. So we take Johanna Rudefeld then to control number 17. This is on this very, very open section, this section with lots of spurs, lots of re-entrants. And the control there. So same time, equal time as our current leader, Amy Nyman from Finland. Very good start then from Rudefeld.
Yeah, she's really tired here. Cécile Calandry was a tough one. This is a comparison on between control 17 and 18 between Calandry and Victoria Hestad Björnstad. You can see very similar also on the second part. Didn't climb as high on the very end there, but then did a mistake.
I think, again, from whichever direction you approach, well, if you're approaching control 18 from that direction, there aren't that many kind of significant features before it. If you go taking a straight route like Calandry did.
Yeah, but I mean, this control 18 is much easier because you have the control itself is quite easy because you have the green and everything. So you basically have to get around the hill. Then the hill gets very, very steep in one way. You will find that. So I think the execution is not the very tricky part. You have to be careful in order to not climb too much, but not drop too low either, because if you drop, you do too much distance. If you climb too much, you do too much climbing. So it's, yeah, you have to find a good middle way there. But I think the technical execution to find the control or on the way to get lost, the risk is very low on this one. Here
So
we
you can see
are.
very soon we're going to get a pick up Victoria Hestad Bjornstad on the picture. We can probably see her punching controls 21 and 22, and has taken kind of that first bridge to cross there, and then running alongside the stream before cutting straight.
In this one, actually, the course planners said that it might be a little bit quicker to go out on the open field and then take the path. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. It seems the runnability seems very, very good. So I'm not sure.
Well, Victoria Hestad Bjornstad and
that.
Grace Malloy were both at the 20th control basically at the same time, and I reckon they're going to come in to punch 21. I think Victoria Hestad Bjornstad will be a little bit ahead, but not by much. This is Anna Dyrkorn, and this looks like on her way to the 12th control. And this is this big group here. I think we can pick out Andrina Benny-Minson. We've got Gempela there. We've got Abersold there. And we've got Alexanderson there. She's the blue figure in the lead of this pack. But these are the 4 last starters. So Alexanderson, Abersold, Benny-Minson, Gempela. That is kind of in the order of how well they're doing, because Tove Alexanderson has caught them all up, and she is going to be 5 minutes quicker than Sara Hagström. So all of these athletes going to slot into place. These are kind of the last group of athletes to come through.
Given this situation here, I would say that Abersold actually would need to wait a bit at 17 and see what Alexanderson is doing and take something else. She will probably beat the others because the difference won't be 3 minutes. And maybe try something. She knows that either she goes for the second spot or then she tries to win it by taking something different.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see them all at 17. But this is Victoria Hesse Bjornstad, and she has the new leading time by 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Looks very, very happy with that. 1 hour, 39 minutes and 10 seconds.
That
a
will
long,
feel very
long
good
race,
for
but
her.
really good. Yeah, definitely.
Still, you look very tired after this long distance race into, I think, 4th position. How was your feeling out there?
So technically it went pretty okay. I did some little mistake at the after the long leg, but then I was so tired and I couldn't fight anymore. I mean, yes, I had to fight because I had to come back to the finish, but it was so tough, and the first half was okay and the second half was like a nightmare, especially the last part where I had to walk because I had so much cramps. So it's terrible. But I'm pretty happy with my technical performance today, because I was a little bit afraid. I'm not the best runner when it comes to go just straight and trust the compass and go. So I'm kind of happy about what I did technically.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So yeah, some mixed feedback there from Cécile Calandry. And now everyone's gone through the split number 1. That's the 12th control. So we can have a look at the standings. Of course, Tove Alexanderson, Simone Abersold, 2 big favourites for this race in 1st and 2nd position. Andrina Benny-Minson, as we saw there, slotted into 4th place. But Victoria Hesse Bjornstad, our current leader at the finish, in 5th place at that kind of halfway point in the course where they do that map flip. Still lots and lots of orienteering to come, and part of it is about what the long distance is testing. It's testing those route choices. It's also testing that endurance as well, and testing how kind of physically prepared you are for that distance and that challenge. And maybe that's what Cécile Calandry didn't quite get right today, because there's lots of things you have to factor into doing well in a long distance beside just reading the map and getting the navigation right.
Yeah, but I think, she sounds quite happy with the technical execution. That's basically the thing you can do. And then, of course, if the shape, they had a very tough program in the last days. They were running Venla, traveling from Finland, maybe had some pre-cams to this World Cup. So
Victoria
tough
Hesse
one.
Bjornstad into 1st place here at the finish. How happy are you with your race?
I'm very satisfied, thank you. I think I did what was best for me today, so I'm happy.
And the terrain, what would you plan to execute this long distance course today?
Well, I think it's quite difficult terrain, so my plan was to use the compass and direction quite a lot, and then really try to tick off all the control points during the way.
And how high do you think you'll go on the results list today?
Oh, that's very difficult to say. If people run without big mistakes, I don't know, but I run quite good without larger mistakes, so hopefully a bit up on the list.
We hope that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, just compass today, taking that direction. And when there's so few, when there's not that many features or not many distinct features, but also when the visibility gets lower, the compass becomes even more important. Okay, this is Krolova to control number 20. So she's done that long leg. She went all the way down to the south, as most athletes seem to be doing.
Yeah, not very accurate here. Didn't really want to climb all the way up. She has to continue a little bit. It's right in the beginning of this slope. Here you can see it.
Yeah, looking back at her route, she came all the way down to the track on the second control, but quite a few misses in the circle. Either a couple of meters like control 4 or a bit bigger mistake at control 8.
This is Sara Hagström now on the way to the 16 control, 17 control, then the one just before the very long leg. This is control 16. Still looks very good for her. Just a little bit though compared to Victoria Hesta Björnstad. She was about, let's say, about 50 seconds ahead at TV1. Now it's definitely less, as you can see.
Yeah, definitely less. Looks like she still will be ahead, but not by much. I think Bjornstad's going to end up being even happier with her race than she is at the finish now, if that's possible, because it's really stacking up against quality athletes like Sara Hagström.
Yeah, I mean, for her it's a bit difficult because Alexanderson caught the others. She will most probably get them into a good position, all of them, Gempel, Abersold and Benjaminsen. So, well, she had to do the job on all on her own. The others, they get a bus ticket here.
So Sara Hagström does indeed go into the lead. You can tell she was already prepared for that route choice, and Sanna Fast is here as well.
Yeah, but as I said, I think that she actually mispunched at control 8. The fact that she was I mean, it could be an inaccurate GPS, but the fact that Teresa Routurier stayed up there and continued to look doesn't look good for Sanna Fast.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you can. I've just been looking back at the GPS tracking, and yep, I think that must be it. So she doesn't know her race is over, but we do.
Yeah. So this is the comparison between Hagström and Hesta Björnstad. You could see that Hesta Björnstad actually got closer and closer, seemed to be physically maybe, and now they are on the long leg, or yeah, of course, Sara Hagström is on the long leg. We're live with her now. We know
and do you think
that
Sara Hagström's going to go high
also.
and between the two hills? Do you think through the
It's hard to
direction she's left there?
It's hard to say at the moment. I mean, if she stays on height here, still a possibility that she's rounding the hill.
Such a decisive part of this race, but pretty much every athlete has gone south of the main hill. There's a few who haven't. Elsa Kuza, Ines Berger. If I just look at a couple of people who are on there now, but pretty much everybody else.
There was a group. Who could that be? Running through the forests. This is Miritrani Ödum, and it was Teresa Routurier. Two of them, yeah, they did a big mistake, both of them, at control 8.
So recap those standings. This is control 12. And now we have comparison.
Yeah, and look now at Sanna Fast and Miri Trane Ödum compared to Victoria Hesta Björnstad, who had a very good entrance to this control. Sanna Fast was too low. Miri Trane Ödum too low as well. And well, it's so hard to relocate. Actually, once she got the re-entrant there, Sanna Fast, well, it's basically the only very, very clear feature around, and Miri Trane Ödum far too low in the slope, trying to relocate. Every time she finds something that could be close to control 2, she gets new hope. But then, yeah, you can see Victoria Hesta Björnsen is already at control 8 at the point when she didn't even find control 2. Now you
That
can
is
also
so
see in the
tough.
upper corner
And she,
where Sanna Fast mispunched. Probably mispunched.
okay, this is the group of 4 athletes then on their way to the 16th, and then the 17th control. We have that route choice, and be so interesting to see if they stick together or split up there. Tove Alexanderson at the back of this pack. I wonder if there's some sort of tactics going on here about who they want to kind of make that decision, basically.
Yeah, maybe she wants to see what kind of decision the others take. Maybe she doesn't want that the others just follow her all the way, even on the long leg. But it seems like quite small risk for that, actually.
Yep, so in the order we've got Simona Abersold, then we've got Angelina Benjaminsen, then Natalia Gempler and Tove Alexanderson bringing up the rear. And these are the 4 best ranked in the world in the forest orienteering, and they are all running together. They have been since about control 8. We're now at control 17. And we can see that Tove Alexanderson will go into the lead here. It's Abersold very briefly, and then Alexanderson straight away. And now we see, okay, so
I mean, it will be
Benjaminsen
interesting
gone further to
now
the
to see
right,
what they do, if
and
they're gonna split up.
Alexanderson was almost kind of with the 2 on the left, with the 2 Swiss women, and then almost looked like she was pivoting over towards the right as well. Super interesting to see. So there's definitely going to be some tactical element to this, but those are the standings then at split 2, control 17, and we've just seen them. So Tove Alexanderson, Simona Abersold and Andrina Benjaminsen all going through together. They pack out the top 3 with Natalia Gempler back in 8th. Sara Hagström still running well, but she is running alone. And we have Victoria Hesta Björnstad, who is our current leader at the finish.
Sara Hagström is not running alone. She's together with Sanna Fast, halfway towards control 18. And to answer your question from before, she's going in the slope as well, so straight. I don't think she's gonna climb. I mean, there's still the possibility, but it looks like they would go straight. And this is the comparison. But I think that Hapla, if you go up there, I think you don't have to go all the way over the top. You could go a little bit around between the hills. This is the replay with Alexanderson, Absol, Hagström, and Benjaminsen, 3 of the 4 together. You can see that Benjaminsen now passes Hagström. Of course, that's also a result of the fact that Benjaminsen is running in a group with the other 3. As we saw at control 17 before. It looks very much as if Alexanderson would go straight. I can tell you from the GPS that the others actually are also going the same way at the moment.
Yeah, all 4 are still together on their way out of 17. But maybe this can, I mean, you see Sara Hagström, I think she had a bit of troubles into 13. She didn't go quite as directly as the others, and here not taking the shortest line to 15. Maybe that explains kind of dropping a place or 2, or at least getting closer to that time of Hissa Bjornstad.
Yeah, I mean, this one here, not a very big mistake. It's actually quite an okay option to drop down to this path. You can do that. before, I think, yeah, she wasn't perfect, but it's also very much easier for the others. They are four. She's at this point, I think she was alone because Sanna Fast wasn't together with her yet.
So Kralova into the finish here, going to be in the top 5. And then we saw the previous athlete there, Ida Happala, the only Finn in the World Champs team to be racing in Sweden.
I'm actually a little bit disappointed by Kralova. She was so good. She seemed to be really strong in the competitions this spring. So I really hope that she could take another step towards the best runners this year or in this competition. But I mean, she gets another chance on Saturday already.
Yeah, this is Ida Happala into the finish. And as you can see, she will go into 3rd place. Fighting all the way here. And why have so many Finns who are part of that World Champs team not come here to Sweden, do you think?
Well, quite obvious, because they want to prepare in the very best way for the World Championships. They had many preparations in Finland. Now it was Jukkola and Venla. Travel to Sweden, then travel back again would be a lot of traveling. Every day you travel, you miss a good training day. For them, it's all about the World Championships. So I kind of can understand it that they do it. I'm a bit surprised that they are the only ones, or almost the only ones, doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. You know, someone would say, "Oh, you maybe want the chance to test yourself against some of the best runners," but they have just had that in the test races. They have just had that in Jukkola and Venla. So, you know, there's been lots of opportunity to get kind of race practice in. So yeah, you don't necessarily, if you didn't have any, you know, if the schedule wasn't as packed and maybe you thought, no, actually I want the experience of actually racing in a competition, going through all my race preparations and everything, and kind of having an experience of a little bit of pressure, then you can understand why people would want to
For
come to
me,
this race.
yeah, for me, the time from now to the World Championships is not a big problem. I think that it's just that for the Finns, I mean, Jukkola Venla is quite important for the clubs. They want to participate, maybe not around the longest leg, but they kind of participate, and then traveling back and forth. And it's the traveling that's the problem, not really the 2 or 3 weeks before the competition. But let's take a look here. Would be very interesting to have Sanna Fast in this one as well, because she was together with Hagström from this point here. Sanna Fast is climbing a bit more. Hagström definitely staying in the slope. That's going to be very interesting. So they're not together at this point anymore. And Hagström and Hesta Björnstad very equal at this point. Maybe small advantage for Sara Hagström because she's a bit higher up the slope already.
Yeah, just a little bit higher up, and maybe the gap quite similar as it was at the start of the leg. So Hesta Björnstad, our current leader, so Sara Hagström, if everything goes okay for her on the next part of the course, looks like she will be able to challenge that. There's not many out there who are going to be able to.
Well, she hasn't been racing so much as you mentioned before. She has definitely not been racing long distances before, so I wouldn't be very surprised if she might lose a few seconds here in the in the very end compared to Victoria Hesta Björnstad.
So here's Ingrid Lundenes. This is control number 20. She is very close to it. It's in a tiny little re-entrant just off the top. Here it goes. And then the key indicator you're looking for here is if you drop straight down from the control, then it means you're going to kind of cross at the crossing point to the west of the control and opens up going round to the open field and to the tracks, which the course setters have told us is a good option, possibly the best option, but pretty much every athlete, like London is doing, staying high there and taking a more direct route. So we know Ida Happala lost time on going straight there, lost about 45, 46 seconds. Then we've had Happala and Niemann at the finish. Riedefeld, so this is a replay, but Riedefeld has just punched the 18th control. This is Teresa Rotorier. And she really had trouble at control number 8. Too low, I think, possibly picking up the men's control. And it means that her and Miri Trana Erdem, who I think is just a few steps behind Rotorier, are the last two out in the field.
I mean, she was together with Sanna Fast at that point when they missed control 8. We know that Sanna Fast has been at this point at control 17 a long time ago. But yeah, Sanna Fast didn't punch. Teresa Roterier, she punched it, so it's still advantage for a check here.
But I mean, how, you're 24 minutes down, you've made a massive mistake there. How on earth do you keep going?
You have to get back anyway. It's a linear, like, it's, how should you shorten that? You have to get to the finish, even if you don't finish the course, you have to get back. So there's no shortcut on this one. You can take the controls.
No, you may as well do all the controls because they're all way back to the finish.
But I mean, she's definitely not running full speed anymore, and not fighting anymore. She won't look as Cécile Gallandry in the finish, I can promise you that.
I was almost just trying to listen to the two of them and see if would they talk? Like, would they work together? They both know they've had a disaster. They both just want to probably get round and get finished and get done. But they're so competitive that
I think they would talk at this point. It's not competitive anymore at this point. You would, well, they're 24 minutes behind. Of course, they know about that. Maybe not that it's exactly 24 minutes, but they know that it's more than 20 minutes.
So, Johanna Riedefeld, this is the 20th control.
Just before. Still quite okay for Riedefeld. A minute behind Victoria Hestad Björnstad. Not going out on the open field. So going quite straight here.
Yeah, from the tracking we saw on that long leg, she was definitely in contention. This is Ines Berger, the Swiss athlete. Again, I think lots of mistakes out there on the terrain for Ines.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's still about the World Championship spots. I think that's why she's that disappointed.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on these performances. So let's catch up on the leaders. They're synchronized as if they'd all started at the same time, whereas in reality, Alexanderson, Abersold, Benjaminson and Gempel are all running together. But it has that comparison in with Hestad Bjornstad, who's our current leader at the finish, and Sara Hagström, who is making good progress around the course as well.
Basically, you can see how much quicker the group is now compared to Hagström. Quite similar to this point here. They split up a little bit, as mentioned before, Hagström going around on the path. But still, I would say, I mean, you can see just a little bit quicker in the group. Not very surprising. Looks like, is it Paula Gross?
I think you're right. Paula Gross is on her way, yes, to the last control and then into the finish. Had a tricky start, was 21st at the first TV control, but she's climbed up places since then. She should be on for a top 10 finish here. You see there's a little track being made on the one side of this run in here. And Paula Gross, she's going to be the top Swiss at the moment, but with Natalia Gempler and Simona Abersold still to finish. It's still good in her campaign to be part of that World Champs team.
49 minutes and 5 seconds, almost 10 minutes behind the current leader, Victoria Hestad from Norway. For Paula Gross, Switzerland. Idre Fjäll, next interesting name to wait for here in the finish. With number 54, 1:35, 95 minutes running right now.
Once again, the comparison on the long leg, Ida Happala and Victoria Esta Björnstad. Ida Happala was the red one, Victoria Esta Björnstad blue one. We know that blue one was quite much faster, and you can also see that Ida Happala did a small mistake there just before the control.
So yes, Victoria Hestad Bjornstad on the leader's chair. And it'll be a while, I think, before anyone's going to be able to challenge that. Looking at Sara Hagström, she's on her way to control number 18. This is Ingrid Lundenes. And Lundenes, oh, who's taken a very strange route out to 21. She's gone on the road.
We've seen that before, actually.
East. Hmm. Wonder whether it's done her any favours.
No.
Well, and I think it's been, well, she's certainly caught up the other runner who we have around here, Marion Abbey.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't know whether that's quite the best comparison. Anyway, Lundenes and Abbey both into the finish here. Lundenes is going to be just a bit too slow to make it into the top 3.
Interesting behind, if you look at the group of 4, Alexandersson, Abersold, Benjaminsen and Gempele, it's actually that Alexandersson, I think she got away from the group. She stayed a bit lower in the slope, rounding it towards control 18. I would say it's a small advantage for her.
Yeah, I think so. A few minutes ago, she decided to leave the group and just head slightly lower.
Yeah, a little bit depending on how quick they are in the downhill, they might still be able to see her. But definitely different routes here. You can see it, Alexandersson. It's hard to see here that they split up, but you will see it. It's approximately halfway when they start to go different routes.
Yeah, it's just before the stream, so it was about where her tail is kind of now.
Here, yeah.
So it's where Abersold is now that they split.
Yeah.
And Alexandersson started going a little bit lower in the slope. They almost came back together again, and then Alexanderson still decided to stay that a little bit lower.
And I can say that 3 of them behind, they are still, or they were together for
They're
a
not
long
together
time.
anymore.
Now Absol
Yeah,
dropped a little bit. I think the others are too high.
I agree.
They're doing a
Too
small
high. They're
mistake.
going to have problems. I think they will make a mistake here because Absol she knows she needs to drop, and I think if she's picked up the crags where she's just passed, then she should still be in control here. But yeah, I can think there's a mistake for Benjaminson and Gempler coming up. So this is a 20th control. This is Anna Dukorn, who came into 8, had a big mistake into control 18. It was going so well. She was on the little indistinct track and then basically went nearly all the way to the road. Was I don't know what she was thinking and where she thought she might have been in order to make a mistake like that, but that's thrown her a long way down. So this is Jonna Riedefeld in towards the finish. Will she be able to make it into the top 3 at the finish here? Victoria Heystad Bjornstad still our current leader, 99 minutes and 10 seconds. She's not going to be quick enough to beat that, but it's still going to be a really good time here for Johanna Riedefeld. On the last few meters of this incredibly grueling long distance race.
Still some energy left here in the very end of the course. Would be interesting to go back to the live GPS now of Tove Alexandersson because she's dropping too low. She's not on a good direction into the 18th control. Looks much better for Abersold. She will definitely be saved by the street just south of the control. So it won't be a huge mistake, but not perfect.
Yeah, it would be so good to go. If you've got 2 screens up, if you've got the broadcast and you've got the live tracking, as I know loads of you at home do, have your eye on control 18, because in fact all of them have split up now, and Alexanderson is going to bounce off the road nearly if she's not careful.
Yeah, I think
Benjaminson and
she's
Gempler
got
are
control
dropping
over the
now, so I
situation
think
again.
it's okay.
Yeah, I think
And they
Alexanderson
could
has control again.
all end up back very together again towards control 18, because Benjaminson and Gempler now have to go down the cliff, but they should be back in control when they do that. I think they realised they needed to descend, and it seems like they're doing okay with that. Sanna Fast at control 20. But we do think she has mispunched.
But interesting, she's still a few meters ahead of Sara Hagström. So she was a little bit quicker there. So this is now the replay of 18. You can see Alexanderson looks really good. She should drop to this small path there. I think that was her plan. She missed it and came too much to the left, and now she has to, well, I mean, it's not a huge mistake, but she had to climb again up that spur and then back again. She will be in the end of the group. Not perfect for Alexanderson because she was about 10-15 seconds ahead when she left the group.
And this is live with all of them now, by the way. So this is not synchronized. This is live tracking with all of them. As we'll see, they're basically all going to group back together again because, yeah, not everybody's successfully really managed to kind of manage to execute this control. I think Abersol did the best job, but not good enough in order to make a break on the others. And not enough of a gap in order to kind of change the standings, I think, either, because there was a 3-minute gap between all of these athletes when they on the start list. So some of the men's A race continuing already underway. And so time from split 2 to control 18. So that is the time on the long leg. So Simone Abersol, the best one there. Natalia Gempler, Andrina Benjaminson, only a few seconds apart. can see Sanna Fast had a good one there as well. So too did Tove Alexanderson, only losing 22 seconds in the end. And then a big gap then down to Victoria Haystack Bjornstad. And that's kind of what it feels like. There is all those athletes who we were just talking about, and then a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. So this is a comparison. You can see where they're going to split up here.
Yeah, that's a synchronized replay. So here they're going to split up, and then very soon we're going to see that Abersold stays a little bit lower, and Benjamin Sinkempele climb up more in the slope that's here. I was a bit afraid that they would stay too high here and that they're going to lose time, but it turned out to be quite okay for them.
And they are all back together in the end. And of course, they all know they've not made mistakes. They kind of know, they know the order as it stands now. They're not going to, they know the order that they're going to finish in.
No one's going to break away 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. So, do they just stay together the whole time? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Now it doesn't make any sense to risk anything. You will never win back 3 minutes on anyone in the group. There's just a risk that you lose more time compared to other runners. Of course, they don't know if there has been someone before that has been quicker. You're running with the best orienteers in the world. Well,
yes.
And I'm here with Sweden's Johanna Redefeld into second position. Johanna, how satisfied are you with your race today?
Not very satisfied with the beginning. I made some mistakes in the first 3-4 controls, and then when we came up on the open areas, I was a bit stressed, so I was running a bit in the wrong direction there. So that was not great either.
There were so many mistakes on I think especially the second control. What was so difficult out there?
Well, it was difficult to run and difficult to read the map at the same time, and not so many distinct features that you could read on. So it was a lot about having the good direction and sticking to that.
But you're still into second in contention for a top 6 place today. Is that in your mind, or are you thinking about a place in the Swedish World Champs team, or what's in your mind when you run out there?
Both, I guess. But I think mostly when I ran, I was just a bit disappointed about my the first controls. I wish that I could have a bit better beginning of the race.
We'll see how it ends. Thank you, Johanna.
Thank you.
So tricky and interesting to have to put all those mistakes behind you and regather everything there as well. Those are the standings at split 3. We just missed those athletes going through at control number 20, but as you can see from the tracking, they are all together. Abersold actually a little bit behind now, slightly behind the rest of the group. But you can see Sara Hagström is very, very close to the finish now. So very soon we'll be able to hopefully catch her at controls number 21 and 22. We've also got Anna Dukhorn and Sanna Fast all closing as well on that 21st control. And we'll see whether Hagström is able to mix it in with any of the medal places at the moment. This is Anna Dukhorn from Norway.
On the way to the second last control. Just behind her, or a bit to the side, we could see Sanna Fast, I guess, and about, half a minute behind, Sara Hagström as well.
Yeah, all of those athletes gone pretty straight through to this control 21, not taking either of the road or the track routes. So let's look behind her. There we go. There is Sanna Fast, who we think has punched one of the men's controls instead of the women's controls. We'll have to obviously get that confirmed when she actually gets through to the finish. And then if we look behind again, we should see, again in blue, we should see Sara Hagström. Here she is. That is the 21st control that you can see behind her. It's a tough section of running still to go. Keeping pushing. Fairly few easy controls at the end. You can see it's very flat around the finish area. You just got to keep looking up and keep pushing hard.
Sara Hagström very soon at the last control.
Anna Dukorn will be obviously the first of those to make it through to the finish, and she's going to be close to a top 6 here, maybe just. Oh, it's going to be very close to that time of Losakola from Finland. It is the equal 6th position in the end. After all that time to be the same time as someone else. Sanna Fast next to finish.
And the time for Sanna today is 1:42.26.
She goes into 4th place,
Sara Hagström on her way also.
which we think will be a tricky one, but yes, Sara Hagström will indeed go into the lead here. And if you remember, she was very, very close to Bjornstad at the second long leg. She's managed to get more of a gap here. Very impressive to pull that time up on this last section, running often alongside her teammate Sanna Fast, and this is a good new leading time here.
I mean, we have seen the split times from 17 to 18. There was a big gap from the top 6 to the others, about a minute, and she was among the top 6. So I think it's quite fair to say that she made the difference between her and Victoria Hesta Björnstad to 18. Now she's going to read out. I think that's why camera is focusing on her.
Yeah, it's quite tough when we know something that she doesn't, which is that we think she's punched the wrong control.
Now she gets to know it.
You can see she's checking it. She's checking the code there. I think from just looking back on that side of the map.
Waiting soon for Tove Alexandersson for the second last control and the finish.
Yeah, so what I can tell you, there is a men's control about 30-40 meters away from the women's control.
And Sanna Fast,
She punched.
a bit confused here.
She punched the re-entrant. She would need to have a null, so it's quite a difference. You can see it here, hopefully. So there's the control.
There was so much potential in this run because, I mean, there's mistakes that you can see 3 mistakes at 7, and then obviously the miss punch in the end there as well. I mean,
And here you see
a lot of the legs went really
contrast.
well, and she was clearly running really fast, but just made too many mistakes.
And the contrast here between the very disappointed Sanna Fast and the very happy Sara Hagström just coming to the readout.
Yeah, this is Alexandra Hornik from Poland, who went via the road to get to the 21st control. But it won't be long now before we see the last group of 4, and you can tell that Alexanderson has put her foot down because she's made a small gap on the rest of the field. If we believe the GPS tracking. Alexandra Hornik into the top 20 at the moment. We've got the 4 best ranked women about to finish. And you can see Alexanderson leading that pack there. I think that's Benjaminsen next. And then the 2 Swiss of Abersold and Gempeler. But Tove Alexanderson here onto this track very, very shortly at the second to last control. So we'll follow her all the way because she was the last starter here today. 50 World Cup golds. It's going to turn into 51, and it is astonishing how long she's been at the top of her game, how dominant she has been in this sport. And in a year where the World Championships is in the forest again in Finland very soon, this is exactly the type of race Tove Alexandersson will want to open up this World Cup series of races. See, she's just got her head down, still kind of pumping those arms, making it look like it's a running track, like there's no undergrowth there, like there's nothing on the floor whatsoever. She's just keeping powering through this terrain, making it look so easy.
Honestly, her race was basically finished at the second control because she was almost together with Abersold there. I think she could spot Abersold first time at control 4, and from then she knew that she was together with with the second best runner in the field. Then very soon they were a group of 4. Who else outside the top 4 here was tipped to be on a top position if she doesn't do any mistakes? So I think she was very, very well. There was not that much pressure on her from control 6 or 7.
No, absolutely not. And Simone Abersold is going to come in here into the second place. Alexanderson takes the win. Simone Abersold is going to come in here and take the second spot. And Benny Minson will take third as well, because they are all 3 minutes apart. So it will be Alexanderson, Abersold and Benny Minson, but all of them coming in faster than Hagström, apart from Gempela there, who alongside Benny Minson made quite a few mistakes out there. But my gosh, these women have seen a lot of each other out in today's race, because there was, as you said, there was a train of Abersold and Alexanderson from control 2, and then from control 8, pretty much these 4 running together, apart from parts of that long leg across the hill on that second long leg. So Sara Hagström ending up into 4th place. Congratulates this group of women who've just gone and pushed her out of the leader spot. And Tove Alexanderson then, her time in the end, she gets under that 90-minute winning time. I think you'd be pretty pleased if you were a course setter and Tove Alexanderson's won your 90-minute course in 89.18. That's pretty spot on there in terms of the times. And
Quite much better than the calculation at Jukkola.
yes, which was, they ran a lot longer than the course setters had planned for.
Fifth position right now for Linus in the men's final, 1:54.03.
So of course Tove Alexanderson will take a lot of confidence from that result into the World Championships. What about the 3 that she caught up? That's going to be tricky for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for them, because I mean she caught up with Abersold at, I mentioned it, control 4 between 4 and 5, and Abersold basically didn't do any mistake. She didn't miss the second control, maybe a little bit of hesitation into the control, but Tuve was about 2 minutes quicker, only executing 1 to 2 without any mistake by Abersold. So I think maybe not the biggest boost of confidence, but at the same time, Abersold struggled a lot with her shape in the very beginning of the season. I think she's quite happy to be back and able to follow Alexanderson over 90 minutes, or let's say 75 minutes on a long distance. The other 2, I mean, Gempela did a mistake to the second one, so I think she knows where she lost it. I don't think for her it's a matter of like the shape. In her case, I would be a bit more concerned. She did many mistakes at Vendla, the test races, the qualification yesterday, today mistakes as well. In that matter, the confidence, she needs a confidence boost when it comes to the technique. Benjaminson, I think that was quite all right. She was probably a bit unlucky that the others got together with her in a group. I mean, if they would have been more spread out in the field, there might have been a possibility that one of the other runners would have missed and that she could reach a better result. But at the same time, I mean, you can see it here. She did mistakes in the beginning as well. One at the second and one at the third control. Hagström, I think she gets a lot of confidence. Now she's been running a long distance. She was running alone in the beginning. She was running on her own, so she was in the driver's seat. She was not always together with Sanna Fast. She got a top 6 now. So I think for her that's a real boost in confidence. You can see Benjaminson did a mistake here as well. Gempelet did one. That's I think they were
It's the
together,
same
Benjamin
mistake, they
and
were
Gempelet.
together, yeah.
Yeah, but for me, I mean, maybe the biggest surprise, or I don't know if it's a surprise, but very nice to see that Sara Hagström is back on like the first forest race or a World Cup race again after a long time, and she can be on a very high level already.
Yeah, you can just see she's not quite got that speed compared to the others in this kind of midsection here. Just not quite
Yeah,
the same pace.
but at the same time, I don't think the long distance will be her main goal at the World Championships. I mean, if you miss the whole season, basically, then it will take it will take a few months until you're back on that level. And I think her chances are better at the middle distance, where she can play her technical strength. And if it will be very technical, you still have a chance if you run at 97% and not at 100%. So I think she has her best chances at the middle distance and then probably at the relay.
And I mean, this shows you, you know, almost the long distance, especially in the women's, is the most predictable. You have to have so much experience. You get the strength, and you get the speed, and you get the knowledge of how to push your body for 90 minutes from years and years of
Yeah,
experience. And
and
that's what all of these women have. That's why, you know, we haven't really had any outsiders performing really, really well at this in this race.
it's so predictable as well because you have one runner or two runners that are so strong physically, and in a long distance they can do mistakes. They can do 2 or 3 minutes mistake and still have the time to come back and finish in the top five. So I think that makes the long distance so predictable in the women's class at the moment, because you have just, I mean, throughout the last years, we had two runners, maybe three if you add Gempele to it, that were just one level better than the others. Then you had Andrine Benjamins in between, and then the rest of them.
So I'm here with the winner today, Tove Alexanderson. Congratulations, yet another World Cup win for you. You seem to be going with extreme speed out there. How was your own experience of the race?
Oh, it was a really cool long distance. It was hard, technical, physical, and yeah, I really enjoyed to run out there.
And there have been made so many mistakes from the other athletes, especially on the first couple of controls in the mountains there. How well did you execute those legs, you think?
Oh, it was really, really tricky, especially to the second control. I was so careful and just like I really, really need to take this control directly. And I was so happy when I took it. And I was just, okay, don't relax now. You must, you need to be focused all the time. So I'm really happy. I did some smaller mistakes, but you need to be so focused all the time. So I'm really satisfied with the race today.
And during the race, you caught up with several of the others, Simona, Natalia, and Andrina, I think. What did that mean for the rest of the race?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky when you catch some people because you also know that it's other strong runners out there and you need to still be focused on yourself and do your own race. But we were running together a lot, but I took some own road choices, and I lost some time at some places, but yeah.
And I have to ask, after 9 consecutive World Cup titles, Simona Aebersold won last year. What's your desire to get back that wooden trophy this year?
No, I'm actually not so focused on the World Cup this year. It's the World Championship is the main goal.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you again on Saturday. Congratulations again, Tove.
Thank you.
Very nice afternoon, actually.
If you compare Tove Alexanderson giving interviews like,
Very soon.
I don't know, 8 years ago, compared to now, we get so much more interesting kind of feedback from her races, and just the fact that she knew how carefully she had to take it to that second control. You can kind of see it in the tracking. She definitely wanted to pick up certain features on her way into the control, but then also to say, okay, I think that's the hardest control, but like I can't relax for the rest of them at all. I just need to keep staying focused. And I think it's always nice for, you know, us sitting here not being out on the race to get a sense that the top athlete, the winning athlete, found it really hard, found it really tricky, found it a proper challenge, because that's, to me, is what orienteering is all about. It should be physically and technically demanding and challenging, and so to hear that it wasn't easy for her, even though she made it look easy, is really good feedback.
Of course, and I mean, but to go out and say it was easy would be quite disrespectful to the others as well. So I think it's a hard thing to do.
I don't know. I've seen other athletes post about the qualification saying it was easy. So, you know.
Yeah, but the qualification was, I guess that the qualification was rather easy compared to that, which is totally fine, because if there's anything you don't want in a qualification, it's a kind of a bingo control or just a kind of a lottery. So I'm happy we didn't have this. I absolutely don't want to say it was a lottery to the second control, but I'm happy we didn't have this in the qualification and had it here instead.
Yeah, absolutely. But you had to put a lot of things together right in order to get that control right, and all of these guys pretty much did it. Okay, Antrina Benjaminson, a few mistakes from her meant that she kind of allowed those others to catch up, but yet another podium spot for Andrina Benjaminson. Simona Abersold with the second place there. She is the current long distance world champion. She's going to want to defend that in Finland in a month's time. But Tova Alexanderson on home soil this time, back on home soil in Idre, is going to take her 51st World Cup gold medal. It's astonishing. Her trophy cabinet, I mean, it's basically a trophy several rooms now, surely, with the number of medals she has picked up. So that is the flower ceremony then for the top three women.
Top three in the women's
Before
race.
we make the results official, we need to allow time for in likely event of any protest, and in case anyone wants to challenge the results, and then the medals are awarded later on. But they are the top three after 90 minutes through very hilly, very tough, lots of slope orienteering, lots of different sections to the course as well, which makes the whole thing so challenging. But three there who are very, very used to being on that podium. I'm pretty sure they've been in that order several times as well. I don't quite have the stats to bring that, but I know we've seen those three in that order several times before on a World Cup podium. So we'll get ready to move on to the men's competition next and reset the score for the challenge that the men will have to face. Very similar characteristics of the course for the compared to the women. And again, the men had to come through qualification. Quite a long start list for the men. It was only to the top 20 in each heat who were able to make it through to the finals. The qualification served as a decider for the A final for both the long and the middle distance race here at this World Cup round. And as you can see, the course for the men, 16.2 kilometers, 620 meters of climb. It is a long, it is a hilly one, and it's because the terrain is pretty runnable. They're going to be going so far and so high as well. Let's have a look at the course. Jonas, why don't you talk us through it?
It's a very similar course as we have seen in the women's race. The same concept of the first long leg. It's a bit of an easier control. It's not exactly the same one. It's lower in the slope and it's a bigger feature. So it's a bigger re-entrant, and it's just behind this stony part that we have seen just below the women's control. So you can get this stony part as an attack point to the control. Same concept then, shorter controls, 3 and 4 out into the open area, into the mountain area. Bigger loop here. No, it's quite a similar loop actually. And then back into the slope at control 8. That was the one where we had Sanna Fast with the miss punch. Control 11 then, TV control, no, control 12, TV control. Then a bit of a longer leg to 13 and 14, back towards the second TV control. This is the part where the course actually is longer compared to the women's course. Good visibility, good runnability in this one. I don't think there will be any problems. Technically in this one it's mostly to add distance and time to the course. Same, no, not exactly the same, similar route on this long one. The different options again will be interesting to see if the red option will be better in the men's race. Sometimes if you have similar route choices, can be differences between women's and men's race. Then at 23, 24, 25, same concept again as in the women's race. So also here all about the long legs in the very beginning and towards the end of the course. As I said, I've just shortly checked the GPS before. Not at all as many problems towards the second control, but it is easier than the women's one.
Yeah, I've been just looking to not very many people with misses, but there's definitely mistakes, opportunities for mistakes later on in the course as well. So don't expect lots of error-free runs.
This again, this 3D modeling of the slope, well, doesn't tell us anything basically about the runnability and visibility because we don't know how it looks like in the forest. This is more relevant than open area out from control 5 towards control 6. Good runnability. Of course it's tough here because you run in an uphill, but technically not a big problem. We barely saw any mistakes in the women's race in this open bits. You can kind of choose features quite far away in order to navigate with. You see the contour lines very good in this open fields. It's at this point here because you have these stony parts, you can navigate with them as well. You can see them in the terrain as gray areas.
So approaching the control here, as you can see, it's just a little bit tucked away in this wet pit, and no problems there. So obviously in the open areas, super visible, super runnable, a lot of mixed in the white forest as well. I'm sure we will get back to that again. So the start list based on the world rankings, not on the position of qualifying, which is why I was quite surprised to see Thomas Hageler first to start until I figured out that he is a sprinter. He's got lots of sprint world ranking points, but clearly not very many forest world ranking points. And as we go down the start list, you can see they've got a 3-minute start interval, same as the women. And as always in the men's race, a lot more open than the women. So who do you want to pick out, Jonas? Who are your favourites? Who do you want to pick?
I mean, the race is according to the is it the world ranking in the long distance? So it's quite obvious that we have the best runners or the biggest favorites towards the end. Quite many runners though that have experience on being on a podium in a World Cup race. But for me, of course, Kasper Fosser, Matthias Kiburtz, Emil Svensk, Erik Langedal Breivik. They have a good chance to end up high up in the result list. I would add Martin Rekborn to that list. Yeah, there are many names. So many, and it's kind of the first long distance we see this year. So maybe we will be able to add new names to our list of favorites in the future as well.
second best time in the finish for Wojtek.
So Wojtek Kral here into the finish. This will be the new second best time. As you can see, our first starter, Thomas Hakela, is our current leader. 1 hour 40, so 1 hour 44 for Wojtek Kral. Really good result from him. He gives us the okay. And if we look back at the heat winners, it was Anton Johansson, Martin Regborn, as you mentioned there. He's the current sprint world champion. And actually also Albin Riedefeld, who is not running this long distance. No Riedefeld and no Luca Basset, both of them just running the middle distance. So despite Riedefeld qualifying top of his heat, he is not running the long distance. Those
Very
are the standings then
interesting.
at the finish.
Yeah, and that's very interesting. I mean, Tuomas Heikkilä, known as a sprinter, had a great run at Jukkola on the first leg, I think, and now in the forest again. Very good start here, or a very good run today, beating Wojtek Kral with more than 4 minutes. His big goal for this season is the European Championships in sprint then. But yeah, proves here that he's a good orienteer in the forest as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at his other World Cup results, and Thomas Hakela only runs sprint apart from in the China World Cup final in 2019 in Guangzhou, where he ran a middle distance race. But otherwise, so it's his first ever World Cup long race. Max Petter Bämer,
This is very
not
interesting
having
because
fun to control 3.
he actually had a good, very, very, very good leg to the second control. It was about almost a minute quicker than everyone else. But then, yeah, you could see what happened to control 3. Big problems. That's kind of the thing that Tove Alexandersson mentioned when she was so relieved to have the second control. You have to keep going. There are controls coming even after the second control. And well, it looks much easier, the third one on the map, than the second one because the distance is so short. But of course, if you have to relocate, then it's going to be difficult.
This looks like a Norwegian kit, I think. I'm trying to figure out whether that's dropping into the 11th control or I have no idea where we are. We could be anywhere on this. It's a big map where we could be.
Well, yeah, we have a few Norwegians on the way.
I mean, even to pick out these athletes in the drone, it's very impressive. Oh, so we lost him just down the bottom there.
Shouldn't have said anything. Could be maybe Lucas Leland. On the way to 11, 10, 11.
Could be.
Yes.
Yeah, we've lost his tracking. It's a good spot.
We got it confirmed.
It's always good to get there before the graphics.
It's kind of the sport within the sport.
Sport for us, anyway. So this looks like it's dropping into the 11th control, and then again we have the 12th control as the spectator. As the TV control, number 1.
Would call it the TV control. There are not that many spectators.
Well, there was like 1 or 2, which is quite amazing that there were any spectators there.
Say if there were volunteers or spectators.
Maybe, or maybe there's someone who lives in one of these small houses around here. Just got a World Cup race suddenly in their garden. As you can see, really picking up this speed now, very shortly at the bottom of this slope, where there's this wide stream, the one that they cross on the bridge after the 12th control. Looking back at the previous controls, we've got Daniel Hubman, Gustav Bergman going straight-ish towards the second control. Regborn and Krifter both went stayed low and then have climbed up to the control itself. But that option is a lot more appealing for the men because the controls that just that little bit lower in the slope.
I can also say that Jonas Ecker, who has, I think he's still now is the third best time on this leg, 54 seconds behind Max Peter Bergman, who had the great execution. He actually went quite straight on the red line. Jonas Ecker, with the third best time, went down and then climbed in the very end. So I think that's a okay option, because you have to execute the straight one so well in order to be quick, and the risk to lose quite a lot is rather big. You can see it here. Ecker going down. The other straight. But I see here, I think Max Peter Bergman is the quickest one to the second control. It's surprisingly early that he goes up again, Jonas Ecker.
But he's there. It's very similar time to Leland. Leland then makes him a small mistake into control 3. But then it looked like Leland was pretty plain sailing.
I have to say, I have my split times from the GPS, so that's not always very accurate. A mistake for Ecker at control 7.
That pushes Leland into the lead, who then was in the lead, as we just saw him there, through at control 12. This is Martin Regborn, European long distance champion and current sprint champion as well. And he wasn't at Jukkola, was he?
No, he wasn't. His team, I don't think that Hageby had a team at Jukkola, had they?
That might be a question beyond me.
You've been sitting there for so many hours, Catherine.
I know, and then it goes out of your head.
It's Vegard Jarvis Vestergaard, starting for Canada.
To answer your question, Hageby did have a team. They started with number 19, but it did not include Martin Regborn. I can tell you in a minute where they came.
In the meanwhile, I can tell you that this is the replay of the start of Thomas Krifter. Thomas Krifter went down just after control 1, similar to what Jonas Ecker did.
So recap, those are the standings at the finish. Thomas Heikkilä, the first starter, still in the lead. I don't think his will be quite the same as Hanna Lundberg's win from being the first starter, but very good time at the moment. Wojtek Kral into second place, Sigurd Pålsson-Via into third at the moment. Some quite big gaps there. Hageby was 63rd at Jukkola without Martin Regborn.
And here you can see a mistake by Langedal Breivik on the way to the second control. It's just kind of on the way to the women's control. Might be a few tracks there. You can see quite far behind. Lost about minute 2.
And I'll tell you what, there's been quite a few people going too low to that fifth control. I think it's one to keep an eye on as we see Gustav Bowman at the start. Does have a couple of World Cup wins to his name. Was frustrated with his technical performance at Jukkola. And you can see just getting straight into the map. We'll be wanting to make that route choice to the second control very, very early on, and also still have enough focus on not messing up that first control. Quite an easy first control, gives them a bit of an opportunity to read ahead rather than going straight out of the start to that long leg. Here's Max Petterbeimer. As we said, he has such a good route towards control number 2, and then big mistake at 3. Let's see how it's affected his score and his standings in this race. Yeah, it seems to have been, well, I was going to say it seems to be a fairly stable race. He also overshot number 5 slightly. I think a few people have struggled with the height at control number 5. Daniel Hubman at the start, with 33 World Cup golds to his name. His first was back in 2005. And people born in 2005 now top year juniors. So next year he could be racing alongside seniors who were born when he won his first World Cup gold.
And actually, just to come back to your fifth control, I think that Erik Langedal Breivik just overshoot it by quite much. I think he's been running a minute away from the control now, and just keeps on going.
Again, he was super close to it, but I think it's just tucked around in a re-entrant. I imagine if you looked back in the right time, you might have noticed it. So that's
the
how
interesting
close
thing
it is.
that he doesn't stop at all. He just continues in good speed, and well, he should start to feel that he has, well, he's been running too far. No problems for Martin Rekborn just behind him.
He's about to get down to this big re-entrant. I mean, where does he think he is?
This is Jonas Ecker. We know they had quite a good start into the race, then missed on the 7th control. Now he's on the way to control 20. The TV control, the one just before the very long leg, back towards the arena. And let's see how far up the result list he's going to be at this point.
Yep, we get the split at the next time there, running alongside Tim Robertson from New Zealand.
Yeah, it's going to be between Contamule and Aro Aho. He had some good qualifications races, selection races for Switzerland. Keeps on proving that he's in good shape, Jonas Ecker.
Okay, really watch closely, looking for Victor Svensk and Leland and Langedal Breivik. This is what we want to particularly look at.
Yeah, because I know it's not that easy to know when you exactly come out of the forest. You have to imagine that you're climbing on a height where, due to the height, they're not. He's reading back to control 1, I guess.
Really?
He has to be. What else?
Wow. Yeah. I mean,
I mean, he's following the
he's going
line. He
full speed.
starts to read back.
He's not
Yeah,
injured
yeah.
and trying to go back to the start. You know, he's got good speed up. That is so strange.
Yeah, I mean, you have the line going to this direction, but he will. I'm quite sure he will notice soon.
And is
I mean,
this just because he's pushing so hard and he doesn't have any oxygen going in his brain to make sensible decisions?
I honestly can't explain why that happens. I mean, you see the red line and he's pushing hard, but it's a bit. I don't think it would happen on a shorter leg because then he would more likely try to see the controls after the next control. Now I think he stopped. Ah,
Okay, let's take Aro Aho into the finish then, because this could be a new leading time. It's going to be close to the time of Thomas Hakeler, but he was ahead of his teammates at the previous split. And just the last few steps into the finish now should be good enough for a new leading time. And again, Finn's doing well. None of this Finnish men's team have been selected for the World Championships. Their whole World Championships team have stayed at home to continue their training. So just shows the depth now that is emerging in this Finnish squad. That means you've got so many athletes up in contention. I know it's early days at the moment, but it's going to be close. And is he going to go the same time? He is going to go the same time. I thought he was going to be clear for that one, but my goodness me, at the same time, exactly as his teammate, 1 hour,
he
40 minutes,
lost.
and 37 seconds. Wow.
He lost 6 seconds from the pre-boarding to the finish. It's quite a lot. I mean, we've seen that before. It was quite open, physical. But yeah, shared lead now together with Thomas Heikkilä. Langedal Breivik,
He's still
I'm
going the
not
wrong way.
sure, but he might have noticed now. I think that he just kind of jumped on the red line back to the first control
Look at
at some
Krivda though
point.
here in your picture
Yeah,
though, because he's also gone too low. So many athletes going too low on this one.
but it's a tricky one. What I wanted to say is that it's hard to know when exactly you come out of the forest because due to the height, trees get lower and lower just at the border of, yeah, I call it vegetation boundary again or something, tree boundary. They are almost like bushes, so they get lower and lower, and you have this semi-open area where you come out on the way to Control 5. So it's very hard to say where the forest ends and this semi-open area begins, and where this semi-open area ends and the open area begins. So I think it's not that easy to get the distance and then to try to get features to work on your route. And once you do a parallel mistake, I guess it's very hard to relocate.
Yeah, it completely is. And if you're maybe like looking down the slope to try and judge your distance away from the trees, but you can't really see where the trees
Yeah,
start, then
and I
it's
mean
hopeless to use that as a technique.
the control itself, it's not I mean, it's a re-entrant, but it's not a full contour. It's a 2.5 meters contour, so it's not a very clear feature either. It's not something you see from distance. And that's an
So
interesting
Anton
name here.
Johansson.
Anton Johansson, he was so good in this spring in Sweden, as so many times before. Give him one winter of good training, and he will be absolute world class.
And
Unfortunately, he's
just
very
remind us
often
all
injured.
remind us what's at stake for the Swiss team and the Swedish team in these set of races here in Idre.
Yeah, I mean, in the Swedish teams, they, as so often, they have pre-selected runners. So a few of the for a few runners like Gustav
And
Bergman or
this is for
Tove
the World
Alexandersson,
Championships.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's like they already got their tickets. For them, it's about the World Cup race here, but quite many runners behind. They are fighting for a ticket to the World Championship. So this race here and the one on Saturday, they are extremely important for, yeah, as we heard before in the women's race, in the interview with Johanna Riedefeld, for runners like her, this
And I'm
this
here with the
is
current
very,
leader
very
of the long
important.
distance, Finland's Aro Aho. How was your race, Aro?
Oh, I'm pretty happy. Not any bigger misses, and I had a quite a good control all the time, and really enjoyed the terrain. And yeah, it was such a cool race.
I think we could see a really tricky start to the race. The first controls up on the mountain. How well did you execute them?
Yeah, on the second leg already, I took a round and I read whole course, and I really recognized the rhythm of the course. That now I have to really slow down on the fjell area, on the on the slopes, and then the last part was quite physical, and yeah, it went like a plan.
And where do you hope to end in the results list today?
My target was top 10, but let's see. It must be tight. It's so physical race, but yeah, let's see.
Thank you. Congratulations on your race.
Thank you.
Talking about let's see, I couldn't see him, but I could
No,
hear him.
no, neither could I. Apologies for that. I think that the camera must be frozen or something. But we could still hear Araho, her new joint winner. And this is one of the athletes
Yeah.
going down
It's-
to cross the
It was
stream, I think.
definitely it was definitely a mistake. He's not that short that we couldn't see him in the camera, in the picture.
So that was Quentin Moulet, who we saw dropping down out of control 23. He's having a great run so far. Certainly up there in terms of the splits at control 20, as you can see, leading there at control 20. Here's his teammates, Mathieu Perrin.
And actually, I just an update. Langendal Breivik soon at the first control, but I'm quite sure that he's gonna retire. He's not really running in two direction of the control. Yeah,
So Perrin taking that control in sixth place.
Mathieu Perrin had quite good test races again. I mean, for everyone who didn't follow those selection races in Finland, so quite many participants. So they split it, the participants into 3 heats in the long distance or middle distance. And then you have nation-wise, you had them in different heats. I think Mathieu Perrin did quite well in the heat with the Swiss guys in one of the races. So Jukla had a good performance as well. So interesting name, definitely.
So Joey Hadon at the start here. When the World Cup was here 4 years ago, Joey Hadon took the win in the middle distance. So, you know, he knows he's got, you know, good form on this terrain. That's going to give him a lot of confidence.
That's Victor Svensk on the way to the first TV control.
And I remember when we saw him in the GPS tracking comparison previously, when we were looking at kind of controls 4, 5, 6, he was in a really, really good position. And I think he's
He still
maintained
is.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's
so too.
caught up with Daniel Hubman and overtaken him as well. So this is a fantastic run here.
He struggled about 1.5 months ago. I think he struggled with a concussion. So it was very close that he would miss Tiomila. Ran then a shorter leg than he would usually do. But now he seems to be back on track.
Yeah, he was back running that 6th leg in Jukala, and yeah, 13 seconds in the lead at the moment. Exactly where you want to be. And he'll have good feedback then from catching up Hubman and overtaking him as well. This is the comparison then between Leland and Regborn.
Interesting. You could see that he got to the stony feature, then changed direction from there. So he knew approximately the distance, thought that he was higher than he was, corrected. That's also why he didn't take him so long to relocate. He had these stony fields just before. This comparison on the second long leg, between Contamule and Thomas Heikkilä. I can see the red one, Contamule, and the blue one, Thomas Heikkilä.
So Heikkilä just going into those gap between the two hills.
And I think there's a possibility that it is better in the men's race compared to the women's race. We know from the women's race it was clearly better to take the red one. It seems to be a little bit better here as well.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on how that plays up. Emil Svensk was the next to start. He's got 2 World Cup titles to his name, 2 World Cup wins. None in the forest, though. He always is a runner who's got a lot of speed, a lot of potential, and you feel that if he keeps a clean race, he is always in with a shout of taking a win. But just, seems to make 1 or 2 mistakes that cost him that win. So much goes right. He's got the speed. It's nearly there. It always feels like it's nearly there for Emil Svensk. But you compare him against his brother here, Victor Svensk in the red, Emil Svensk in the blue, and he's lost 32 seconds on this route. It looks like he made a small mistake in the circle, though.
It was a bit high, but not 32 seconds, maybe about 15 seconds. Maybe a bit quicker to run into the slope a bit earlier. We could see the route by Jonas Ecker, but of course it's a bit of a higher risk. This is Matthias Kiburz. His big goal for the season is going to be the World Championships, the long distance there. So this is a good test today, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. He kind of took a step back from orienteering last season to focus on the Olympics. Raced a couple of races, but I mean, his focus was completely on the marathon. He is the current world champs middle distance champion and the long silver medalist. So he's going to go into Finland in a month's time wanting to defend some great results. So a lot of focus, a lot of attack on the forest season. Tina Polsini to the finish. And there's quite a few runners in towards the finish. We've got Quentin Moulet also nearly here. He looks like he could challenge that joint leading time. Polsini won't challenge it, but does look like he's going to go into 3rd position. Another good run now from the Swiss, who seems to be getting more consistent in his performances.
And the finish from Kilo. And the finish time right there, 1:42.54. 3rd position, 2:17.
So 3rd position at the moment, but Quentin Moulet is nearly here at the finish. He looks like he could challenge the leading time, but the last starter was Kasper Fosse from Norway. He's won the last 2 world champs long distance races, and he is the European champion in the long as well. It is a discipline that he has absolutely mastered and he's become so dominant in. I was looking earlier, since 2020 there's only 2 long distance races kind of on the World Cup World Champ circuit where he hasn't medalled, and that was and he was 4th in both of those. So he's so consistently good in that race. Let's have a look at Moulet then, because this will be a new leading time here at the finish for the Frenchman, and he will have a clear gap ahead of the 2 Finns. Really good performance from him.
Very strong performance. I mean, we have him at TV1 and he's still in 3rd position there. Yeah, will be maybe beaten by Martin Rekborn in a short while, but well, that is a great performance by Quentin Moulet.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at his route. There don't seem to be any mistakes at all. He's super kind of straight lining it to the 2nd control. Takes a nice route south of the big hill to on the 2nd of the long legs, but yeah, has made that look easy when you look at the tracking. straight to a lot of controls, not too many mistakes in the circle, just spiking everything. Really, really strong.
Here we have Martin Rekborn now on the way to the first TV control, as I mentioned before, and I think he is just gonna get in ahead of Contamoulet into third position, but we have to see.
So if we remember, he was bang on the line to control number 2, coming in from the bottom of the hill, coming up the slope, and then was on the stones, did a bit of a detour, lost a little bit of time. But otherwise seems to be okay as he comes through here. Not going to take a new lead though, but within touching distance, as you said, he goes faster than Moulet, our new leader at the finish.
That's the replay on between 1 and 2. We can see quite many different options. A few of them climbing, Victor Svensk and Olli Ojanau climbing right after the control. Fosse, Liland, Hadorn stayed in the slope, and Kiburz and Emil Svensk went down. Kiburz a bit earlier to climb up again into the slope, but you can see that it is quicker to run in the slope if you get the control without any problems. And I can tell you as well that Fosse almost caught Kiburz now. There's approximately 40 seconds between the two of them. And we're live with Fosse.
Yeah, we're live with Fosse, and it's a high risk strategy to run in the slope like that and to not have as many features. But if you do it well, the reward is so high, and that is why Casper Fosse is so far ahead. And his speed is clearly good. He has set out his mark. He is pushing hard here in the terrain.
The thing is, I don't really like it to say that it's high risk, because you try to execute the best possible option. I would say that the other options maybe are playing it safe a little bit. But of course, usually you should go for the quickest one if you see it. So it's to say that it's a high, you take a high risk sounds like gambling, but I think he had control all the way, and he knows that he can execute it. But yeah.
Well, I just think you have to put a lot. You have to put in a lot more work to get it right. I think, or you have to really trust in your orienteering and in your confidence. And it's a confident route, as well as I'll still call it a risky route, even if you won't. High risk, high reward, though.
But the thing is, when you say it's a risk,
I'm here with Quentin Moulet, a friend, just into the first place here. Quentin, how was your race in Idre?
Yeah, it was a really nice race, really amazing terrain, challenging the whole way, some really nice food choices, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with my race. I ran stable and careful the whole race.
And what was your strategy in the tricky parts in the beginning?
My strategy was to always have control, pick some big features, but I struggle a bit when it's a longer choice. You want to push a bit more, and but if you see the big round and cliff, it helps you a lot to go fast.
And I think your best international result is 17 in Estonia 3 years ago. You think you'll top that today?
I think it will be quite hard with the density of the Scandinavian runner behind me, but maybe I hope to be close to this place.
Great. Thank you, and congratulations on your run.
Thank you.
So Quentin Moulet, our current leader there. Great to hear his thoughts as we see Max Petterbema through the 20th control. There we go. And Vega Jovis Vestergaard as well. That's in the kit of Canada.
And quite soon, I think we're going to have Jonas Ecker to the last TV control, I would say in about a minute. Still going strong. was just behind.
Yeah, and he's running in a
about
pack as well, isn't he?
He was a minute behind Contamule at control 20. Now he's running together with Sander Arntzen and Isak Jonsson. Here we are waiting for him. It take another 10, 15 seconds.
Control.
Yeah. Oh, here there. Here he is already. And you can see he turned it around. So at the TV control before, he was at 56 seconds. No more than a minute behind Contamule. So very good execution between 20 and 21. He stayed in the slope quite high actually. Didn't drop out from the control. And then of course got a boost when he met the group with the other two.
Thomas Krifter just gone through control 12, and I think he was another of those ones who was too low in the slope at control 5. I think he made a mistake. He did indeed.
He did a mistake there, yeah.
That's where we've seen probably the most mistakes at the moment on this course, on this men's race. Standings though at split control number 1, that's control number 12. Victor Svensk is in the lead, just 13 seconds ahead of Lucas Leland. Quentin Moulet in 4th is our current leader at the finish, so his time still doing good. I think he has the potential to beat his best ever result at the World Cup, that 17th place. So different routes here into control 15. Leland on the path, but we're live with Victor Svensk, sorry. And now we can pick up Gustav Bergman to the 11th and 12th controls, but he's already punched the 11th. He's on his way to the 12th.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Moulet is still in position 4 at the first TV control, of course, there are few runners come there still, but there's definitely the chance for a top 15 today.
So Gustav Bergman had a small problem going into control number 2. He was just stopping a little bit too high, but not too much time lost at all. Quite a small mistake there, but into 6th place currently. Lots of Swedish flags filling the results at the moment at that spot, with Gustav Bergman still 6 athletes started after him. Next one we should see is Daniel Hubben and Olli Ojanaho at this point. And you can see that Ojanaho just a little bit behind.
Yeah, I had small problems to 8, was a bit off direction there. The others quite good to control 8. No bigger problems at the controls before. None of them missed, for example, at control 5. If you look at the live GPS tracking, you've got the last 2 starters, Matthias Kiberts and Kasper Fosse, approaching number 7. I reckon Kasper Fosse can see Kiberts now ahead of him on the open fell. The thing is, it has been this kind of gap since control 4, so they're going quite similar speeds. Already then I said it was about half a minute 40 seconds. I would still say it's about 25 to 40 seconds. And if they head down now from control 7 in the forest, especially in the first bit there in the green, it might be difficult for Foster to see kibbutz. Goya now with bad direction to control 9. He is in danger
Yeah, we're
now.
live with him. Yeah, this is very tricky because it's so flat.
Don't know how much they have on the map there. So yes, kind of a risk that he is leaving the map. I think it's a parallel mistake that he thinks that he's very close to control 9. So I don't think there's such a big risk that he will leave the map from there.
No, because he will have to start correcting soon. Soon Hector is at control 23. That's looking good for the Swede. Very good.
One of the runners who had a very good result, if I remember right, 4 years ago in Idre. I think he ended up in the top 3 in the middle distance.
Yeah, Oleonho is correcting back now to the 9th control. But Anton Johansson on the way to 19 and then 20, where we'll get the time split. Still in that group. Well, he's in a group with Fabian Abersold. I think they caught up with Chico Seppa and who they've dropped as well. But
he
Abersold
was
and Johansson.
at the first TV control, he was 52 seconds behind Lucas Leland. And Fabian Abersold, actually one of the runners, a lot of pressure on him today. He has to perform well in order to get a start place in the or a place in the Swiss team for the World Championships. I think it looks good for Johansson. Don't think it's those 52 seconds anymore.
No, the gap has closed, even if only slightly. Then this is the start of this very, very long leg. And maybe you want to recap again, Jonas. We were talking about it on the women's race about the choices that you make on the long leg it's very different to the long legs that we saw at Jukkola, which were a lot more detailed.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember the long leg at Jukkola, it was, you had to, I mean, they were long, of course, legs, and then you had to kind of read yourself from one section to the other, and it was not only about to choose one big route choice or one big route, but you have to kind of on the route find the different ways. But let's take you in a second to the finish first, because I think we're gonna have a new leader now. He was 30 seconds ahead of Gonta Moulet at the TV control before. Now it's definitely more, so very strong performance by Jonas Ecker, not only technically but also physically in the end. And this will get him one more step closer to the Swiss team at the World Championships.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake there, but Jonas Ecker into the lead by nearly a minute, 97 minutes. And yeah, he should be very, very happy with that. I'm sure we will hear from him.
Maybe to come
He's at
back to the
Johnston at
route
the
choice
same time
problem.
into third.
To the route choice problem. I mean, if you look at the route choices today, you basically at the start, you have either go up and then execute it, or go in the slope and execute it, or go down and then execute it. At Jukkola, you had, okay, I have a point a third into the leg. I want to get there. How do I get there? I have three different options from 1/3 of the leg to 2/3 of the leg. You have another three options. So you have so many options within the different options that makes it much harder to execute. This one here, even if the routes are very decisive for the athlete, in some parts it can even be a bit boring. I mean, if you execute the control 2 and you go below, there's not much to to do. You have to run on the path for quite a long time. So once you decided, it's not the most interesting thing until you get close and have to do the navigation towards the circle. But still, you have to push yourself. There are other things to do. You have to really run at the limit all the time. It's just two totally different things.
So Oliver in the picture now. It was the mistake to 9 that's cost him, although he was already down a little bit before that anyway, maybe just for the speed. Obviously not selected for the World Champs team, had a tricky few selection races, test races, but now we are live with Casper Fosser. The tail is a minute on the picture there, and you can see, therefore, he is over a minute quicker than anybody else there in the field, in the terrain, and he's actually now caught up with Matthias Kibbert, who made a very, very small miss into control number 8. And that is the advantage of just, I guess, sitting behind somebody, is you can kind of see them wavering, and if they waver and then they spot that control, you can kind of see them go straight into the control, and then you don't have to add any extra meters because you see the whole thing
I mean, he has been
kind of
waiting
unfold in front of you.
behind Kibbutz for quite a long time. He was there chasing. He was already close at control 3. But from there, control 3 to control 8, Kibbutz did a good job. But the first time, he kind of missed, of course. Fosser is there and closes the gap. But let's take Emil Svensk to the first TV control. Is it the first one?
No, we're not going to take Emil Svensk.
No.
We're going to go back to Victor Svensk, because the two Svensk brothers are having a really,
Just
really
thought
good run at the moment.
He's going to take away the lead from Victor Svensk.
Yeah,
now we're back with Emil.
We're back with Emil. The two Svensk brothers, both at crucial points of the course, so we will flip between them probably, but he's going to take the lead away from his brother, and this is looking really good, because it's almost like I think he didn't have quite the best start, did Emil, on that first long leg, but you can see the speed is really good now. And a whole minute ahead of Victor Svensk, who is very, very soon at the second TV split. And just by magic, we go back to him. He's going to take the lead here. He will, but only just.
He was
As
actually
see,
very,
very,
very close that he would have a third, one of the Svensk brothers in this competition. Jesper Svensk was very close to getting selected for the World Cup here.
Simon Hector on the way to the finish. Keep bouncing around members of the Swedish team at the moment as they fight for World Cup standings, but also for the selections for the World Championships, as we've been talking about. Just adds that whole extra pressure. But every single one of the 18 athletes that Sweden brought to these champs, they have all qualified into the A final after yesterday's qualification. Here's Joey Hadorn through at the first TV control. He's just punched it. And he punched it into 16th place, as you can see there. So just one place behind Olli Ujanho.
Yeah, but he had to let Emil Svensk go. On the way, they were together at around 5-6.
Right now into the finish in third position, 99.35, 2 minutes and 12 seconds behind the current leader, Jonas Egger.
Very interesting to see lots of athletes at the moment going quite straight over the top of the hill or around the northern side of the hill to control number 21. Simon Immark, Lucas Leland, Quentin Andrieux, one of the Sild brothers. I have to check my notes to see which one that is. It's Timo Sild and Van Das as well. But those are the standings at the finish. Jonas Egger, our current leader, by 55 seconds, but lots of athletes still who could challenge that one. We're going to hear from Jonas Egger in just a moment's time, get his thoughts on his course and and how it actually felt to be running out there. Gets us an indication of what it's like in the terrain, how I think a lot of the athletes have quite enjoyed it. Of course, if we're interviewing them, it means they've done well, so of course. But that was a mistake from Olli Janaho.
Yeah, when he hits the white, I think he thinks that he believes he's at the place where Leland hits the white, and from there he does a parallel mistake to the control.
So here is our final starter, Kasper Fosse, top in the Forest World Rankings, approaching the 12th control. Crossing over the track here.
Didn't spot keywords though.
No. Has he managed to drop Kibbutz? We will see.
He was only 4 seconds behind at the pre-warning.
We've got a few more cameras to pick them up though at this control. We'll see if Kasper Fosse has managed to break away from Matthias Kibbutz. And he's going to take a new lead. Look at that. A minute and a half is the gap. And that is very impressive. Very, very impressive. He's the last starter. There's Kibbutz, who goes into 5th place there. As you can see, those 3 minutes down due to the 3-minute starting interval. And now Kibbutz is going to try and hold on to Fosse, right?
Yeah, why not? And I mean, Contamule still in 7th position at this spot there. So it looks definitely good for him to beat his personal best.
Okay, let's take a look at this section. Emil Svensk ahead of Victor Svensk and Lukas Leland at the moment.
Not the best route for Victor Svensk to control 12. Special route there in the marsh.
For Emil Svensk, you mean?
Yeah. They were talking about the marshes. Quite wet, but not that bad. But he loses time here, definitely. Now
so
I
Martin
think we're going to hear from...
was 6th at the last split. Oh yes, we're going to hear from Jonas Ecker, I think.
Yeah.
I'm here with the current leader in the men's class, Jonas Ecker. How was your race, Jonas? How satisfied are you?
I had a good start and good flow in the beginning. Then in the open part on the top, I lost the control on the leg. I went too far and I had to relocate. So it probably took me more than 1 minute to relocate. And then a bit stressed to the next control also was missing a bit and losing maybe 1 minute again. So those 2 minutes, apart from that, I'm really happy with the race.
And what makes this terrain so difficult to like make the perfect race in?
Yeah, I think the slopes, they are quite diffuse, so it's none of the features is really clear. So yeah, you have to be very careful and take step by step. I think especially the downhill controls are the most difficult part because you also come with speed, and with the ground it's a bit tricky to have the grip on the map.
Do you think this mountain terrain suits the Swiss run as well? It's more continental than what's usually seen in Sweden.
Yeah, maybe a bit with the climbs, with the long up and long downhill. I think that suits us well. And the open part, but I made some mistakes there. So it's still a bit a different thing than in Switzerland, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Great to hear. Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you.
So the two
You might.
controls he was talking about with those
I
mistakes were 7 and 8.
I can tell you that's not Swiss terrain. It's very much Scandinavian. I mean, on the top of the mountains, of course. That's the kind of terrain you can find
I
in
mean,
the
it's
Alps.
only Swiss and then there's big climbs. Like, that's it.
Usually,
Doesn't look the
the
same.
slopes are much rougher if you have them in Switzerland. Runnability not as good, so you never come with so much speed, or barely ever come with so much speed into the slopes and into the controls when you have this kind of terrain. And then the second part, the middle section, is very Scandinavian. So yeah, he was kind there in order to not say that it's not that Swiss.
Well, Max Petter is looking really good because after that mistake at 3, he's really kept good speed around the rest of the course. So that was him just at control 23, which we saw. We can take Mathieu Perrin into the finish as well.
1 hour, 43 minutes, and 6 seconds. Looking 6 minutes behind Jonas Jäger from Switzerland. So Max Peter Bejner, the new current leader at TV3. Next interesting wait for there is Anton Johansson. Yes, indeed. Anton, 80 minutes
There's
right now.
another recap of the long leg, 20 to 21. We can see Beimer definitely not going up into the slope. Those are two of the fastest. Leland and Max Peter Beimer at TV control 3.
So we're live with Victor Svensk here. And does it look like, I wonder if that route for Max Petter Beimer has basically allowed him to catch up some time?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It looks a bit more straight, even though he is going quite as much away from the red line. I don't think. I mean, Victor Svensk is higher up the slope. I think that's why he looks closer now. It shouldn't be a big difference on that part here between Svensk and Beimer. The most interesting thing is going to be to compare them to Lucas Leland.
Because, yeah, by now, Lucas Leland has done the worst of the climbing. He's got over the steepest bits.
Yeah, but I just tried to figure out the quickest one on the route to go up there at the moment is Simon Imark, and he loses 1 minute and 40 seconds compared to Max Peter
By
Beimer.
going over the hill.
Yeah. And Max
Who
Peter
has the
Beimer is the quickest
fastest
one.
time on that leg? Was it Max Petter Beimer?
Yeah.
This is Simon Imark, as we mentioned, went over the top of the hill, the quickest of those who did that route. But he's coming into the finish very soon. We've got quite a few runners on that last couple of controls. Quite a few who've gone out to the field on the west side of control on the way to 24, which you didn't really see in the women's race, but seen a bit more in the men's race. But Simon Imark is not going to take over the lead, but he's got a pretty good time here and really executed well on the second part of the race. Paced it well, clearly. And he's going to be in the top 3. So Jonas Ecker and Conton Moulet safe in the top 2 spots, but will push his teammate Simon Hector out of the top 3.
And it will be some seconds faster than Simon Hector. Very, very
just keeping his head down, pushing all the way up to the line and into
4 seconds behind
Position number 3.
and he is 8.
Lucas Leland now will take him to the finish. And yeah, he's been
This
one
is
of those
gonna
athletes
be
we've been kind of doing the comparison with the whole way through with the GPS tracking. It's
this
going to
is
be a good time.
gonna be a new best time. He was
really strong here.
45 seconds quicker at TV3 compared to Jonas Ecker. I had a good route as well there between 20 and 21.
It was 45 seconds at TV3 and only something like that also in the finish here.
On the route, actually, he lost the time.
In
Had
the
a good
finish line.
section from the last TV control to this one here, to the finish.
Lucas Leland, 96
And across the line. So 49 seconds is his lead. 96 minutes. You can see a lot of the runners like finishing crossing the line and trying to get some feedback from Per Forsberg in the arena as to how well they've done.
He was actually 2 minutes and 45 seconds ahead before the long leg, and then after it he was only 45 seconds. He lost 2 minutes on the long leg compared to Jonas Ecker.
Well, our running cams can't keep up with Max Petterbeimer, who is next to the finish, and he started 3 minutes after Lucas Leland, so he is going to come in with a new leading time. And this is all to do with a fantastic second long leg. He absolutely
Imagine how good
nails
he
this
would
bit.
be if
If he
he
didn't mess
didn't
up
miss
control
third
3.
control. Yeah.
Absolutely, because it was such a good race, apart from that one control. But that's orienteering you have to do as few mistakes as you can possibly make. Nevertheless, he is going to come in with a new leading time. It's going to be a good gap of 2 minutes at this stage in the race. Really great work there for Max Petterbeimer. And what he didn't do is he didn't stop fighting after that mistake. He knew what a big mistake that was. He will have been
You know,
trying hard not to beat himself up about it, but he clearly must have put it behind him and just kept
it's
running.
all about the places for the World Championships. And I mean,
Mhm.
in selection race for World Championships, actually the coaches can put one mistake aside if you're really, really good on the other ones. And this one he executed so well. That, I mean, this is the reason why Dylan lost about 2 minutes. He went straight here, and Beimer executed basically both long legs really, really good today. Unfortunately for him, he missed about 2 to 3 minutes on control 3.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself about that mistake, but he just kept pushing. He knew how much was at stake, and with some really, we've got the two Svensk brothers still to come. We've got Gustav Bergman still to come. There's a lot. We've got Martin Regborn still to come as well. There's a lot of challenging runners here in the Swedish team. Gustav Bergman is the next one we're going to focus on. He is on his way to split number 2. That is control number 20. And we just saw Thomas Krivda through there. So Bergman is closing on Krivda. We will get a sense of how well it is going for the experienced Swede.
This is Anton
Then we'll skip to
Johansson.
another Swede.
Yeah, to
Who is
control
quicker
23.
than Beimer here?
Look at that.
There's so much competition just in the Swedish team.
But he was 52 seconds ahead before the long leg. Now it's only 18, but we know that Max Peter Beimer executed that one really good. So Anton Johansson, well, that was quite well as well.
Gustav Bergman into 12th then at that TV2, 4 minutes and 22 seconds down on the current leader, Victor Svensk. So lots of the big names. Of course, the start list done by world ranking order. So the top ranked in the world, Kasper Fosser, last starter today. So we just expect our athletes here at the finish to get better and better and better. Let's have a comparison then from 11 onwards. This is where we saw Emil Svensk have a strange route choice. Look at him in the blue there.
He's losing time compared to his brother, Victor Svensk. I don't really know why he did that. I mean, the forest is really, really open. Of course, the marshes, they're not extremely bad in this kind of terrain, but still they're a bit wet. You need a lot of strength in order to run in them. Also here is going quite far away from the red line compared to Rekborn. But of course here you can use the track, then also going down into the marsh. This track there. I mean, there's another one. Of course, the other one is going a bit up and down, so
yeah, it's kind of tricky. We're live with Casper Fosse, who has just ploughed the straightest of lines through from that control 14 to 15, and I
all the
think
others are
he
very
has
equal.
dropped Kibberts as well.
Yeah, yes, I think so too.
Yeah, so it looks like it'll be Casper Fosse and then a massive fight out for who gets second and third, I think, when you're looking at the medals here. We've got a few runners approaching the 20th control now. We've got Daniel Hubman, Olio Yanaho on their way around very soon.
Soon we're gonna have Victor Svensk to control 23.
This is a mistake. Look at Casper Fosse's mark. He is just too low here, but we've just
I'm not
lost
sure
his GPS on the system, though. I think
I'm
he's
not
just a
sure
bit too
if
low, but I think he was turning back.
Oh yeah. Could be that the GPS was inaccurate and that he went down to the path, but I think you're right that it just turned back.
Right, I think we're going to hear from Max Petterbema next.
Here with Sweden's current leader in the men's class, Max Petterbema. Max Peter, how was your race today?
It was a catastrophic beginning with a big mistake on third control, and I was once I got it, I figured either I just go home and save energy for tomorrow, or I continue and then I go hard and really go for it. And it's a shame to waste good legs, so yeah, I went for it.
Yeah, and you executed the last long leg very well, our commentators think. What was your feeling after the mistake? How did you pull yourself up?
Mentally, it's super tough because this is not only a World Cup, but it's also a selection for WOC. And yeah, not a nice place to be mentally, but yeah, you have to do something. And then yeah, try to just hit my controls, and I was thinking about the long leg there, and yeah, I felt like I got it perfect all the way around. And then at least in the end I could feel I've done a really good last part, so yeah.
So the feeling is good now in finish, or still a bit mixed?
When I came here to the finish and I could hear my friends and family cheering for me, and I could almost tell in their voices that yeah, this might be pretty good, and heard Per Forsberg, and yeah, I'm quite satisfied now.
Great, thank you, Max Peter.
Thank you.
Oh, so interesting to hear him there, and also for just just kind of reflecting on some of the things we were talking about there about having to just really go for it after making those mistakes, and yeah, it's like go hard or go home, and he absolutely just decided to push it. It could have been it's the easier choice to just throw the race and go, right, that's it, it's out, I'm gone, I'll save my legs for the middle distance. He chose
Yeah,
the
but
hard
I mean,
decision,
as
but
he
I think
said,
it's paid off.
that was never an option because he's in a test race for the World Championship. So I think he just said that and that it felt like giving up, but that would never be an option. Because as I said before, if you have a race like this and you mess up one control, but the rest is brilliant, you still could be 10 minutes off, and the coaches would actually look at the race and not only the result. But at the same
Yeah.
time, as we heard from Max Peter Bay, we also had Victor Svensk to the TV control, and he's a new leader. So the third TV control, 1:23 ahead of Anton Johansson, and he was actually really quick on that long leg as well. I think he was only, due to the GPS, he was only 6 seconds slower than Max Peter Bremer. So it was about the same speed for the two of them. Very well executed by Victor Svensk. So I think in about 7-8 minutes, we're going to have a new leader in the finish. You can see it here.
Well, these are standings at the previous split control. Yeah, this is at control number 20, where we've just seen Victor Svensk through at control number 23. But he was leading at that point. We've actually just seen Olli Janho going through there, that he has gone into the 9th place. But if you're looking for, those challengers, Regborn, got Victor Svensk there as well. This is Emil Svensk. That's the 19th control. He's just punched and on his way to the 20th control.
So he was a minute and 2 seconds ahead of Victor Svensk. Quite sure it's not as much anymore.
Have the same, yes, because obviously he's made that mistake towards control 13 and then drops down very low to go to control 15. Took quite a few extra meters. We'll get the time. Running towards this control number 20. This very open section here. You can see he's already just reading at that long leg.
2 seconds, 22 seconds behind the current leader, Max Peter.
And here we have a new second position for Anton Johansson. 22 seconds behind Max Peter Beimer. He was ahead of Max Peter Beimer at the third TV control. But I mean, if you take away the 3 minutes or whatever, or even more of Max Peter Beimer at the third control, you could feel that he has physically is very, very strong at the moment.
And well, he said, didn't he? Why waste good legs?
Yeah.
He knew. He clearly he knows he's in good form. So it was Emil Svensk did go in at 10 seconds ahead of Victor Svensk, by the way, as well.
This is the mistake by Kasper Fosser, just overshooting the control, then turned here, back again to the control. Not a huge mistake, but about a minute. And I think he's together now again with Kiburtz after that.
Yeah, I think he got away from Kiburtz, and then now the two of them are back together. You see, Kiburtz doesn't make that mistake because they weren't together at that point. But crucially there, Kiburtz ahead of all of the others. So in that fight for the second place, although he's losing time here on this route choice to 16, definitely losing time going out to the track. It was not necessary.
Very soon they should get towards control 19 and control 20, so the second TV control. You can see it live with Kasper Fosser. Usually we start to see the runners at around control 19.
Yeah, looking for him through the woods. Kasper Fosser and Kiburtz and Haddon's here as well. You can see in the background. Yes, there he is, just coming in to punch maybe the 19th control there in the distance on the right of your picture. But Kasper Fosser, you can see the time ticking down. He's got more than 3 minutes on Emil Svensk. And if you know that Kiburtz started 3 minutes before Fosser, if both of them are going to go ahead of Emil Svensk, let's wait and see.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. So 1 and 2 just through this 20th control. The big long leg to go now. And again, I mean, we can ask the same questions that we asked in the women's race. Will they stay together on this long leg? What do you think?
I think so, yes. Well, yeah, I would be surprised. I don't think they will climb over the hill, neither of them. But of course, yeah, you never know. But I would say that they stay together. could be though that Kasper Fosser, I mean, he was running away from kibbutz before. Now we're going into, he will not break away in the first half, I guess, if they don't split up. But there is a risk that in the uphill that Fosser gets a small gap again.
Let's take
For
Victor
kibbutz,
Svensk
of
though
course.
to the finish, because this should be a new leading time here by Victor Svensk. He punches the last control, and look at that for a margin. It's 2 minutes at the moment. This is a clear new lead. And as we saw, Martin Regborn just punched a 23rd control. Victor Svensk was still ahead at that point. This is a fantastic result here for Victor Svensk, when he's fighting all his other teammates for that World Champ selection and for the World Cup result here. He's really pulled together a fantastic race, and Victor Svens is going to be our new leader, just coming up to the line here by a minute and a half ahead of Max Petter. Really strong run then from Victor Svensk.
And you mentioned it before, Martin Rickman just punched at control 23, but I think he's quite safe, Victor Svens, because he's half a minute ahead of Martin Rickman, and between 23 and 24, he has the second quickest time, 13 seconds behind Max Peter Beimer. So in order to lose this leading position, Martin Rickman would really need to put in 1 or 2 gears between 23 and 24, and I just think that's not possible.
So let's look at Victor Svensk and how he's managed to get this gap then ahead of Regborn. He just stays higher here and just gets into, you can see how slow Regborn is at crossing the crag and going down the hill there.
That he has to run really steep downhill, and he has actually to navigate quite on a detail level, because he has to find the passage between the cracks there. And we heard before from Jonas Eker how difficult it is to navigate in the downhills. So you have to be very accurate, and it slows
you
you
can't
down.
go full speed because you're just going to mess up.
Here, actually, we had a few different route choices. Fabian Abersold, for example, I think he is on the route choice all the way around from 23 to 24, or to the east. Then we had many to the west as well. So different route choice on that one. But, well, in the end, not very big differences.
So this is standings at split 2. Everyone has been through this point. This is control number 20, and Kasper Fosser in the lead with a big margin. He is the big favourite for today's race. He's the 2 times world champion in the long distance. He's the European champion as well, and just shows he's managed to make this discipline his own. And he's kind of dropping Matthias Kibberts and Joey Haddon on the second long leg as well. If Kibberts stays where he is, obviously that'll be a second place. He's going to want to try and hang on to the coattails of Kasper Fosser as much as he can to try and hold on to that second place and match his world champs result from a couple of years ago in Switzerland. Tuko Seppä, though, into the finish. So much depth, as I was saying again, for Finland.
Maybe just to come back to the route choice between 23 and 24. Of course, it makes a difference what route choice you take. If you take the straight one, well, the second quickest not taking the straight one is half a minute slower. What I meant with that it doesn't really matter is for, Victor Svensk is so much ahead. So for Martin Rickborn, it doesn't really matter where he goes. It will be very tough for him to take over the lead.
This is Martin Hubman.
Martin
Yeah, he's just punched that second to last control on his way through to the finish. He was caught fairly early on by Victor Svensk. Just checking out his route. No big errors, I think. Maybe a little bit high up on the way into control number 2. Climbed a little bit too much more than he needed to, but got some good features on his way into control number 2. Just lacking speed in the terrain, I think, today.
second best
No
so far,
obvious mistakes.
into 12th position at the moment for Martin Hofmann, Switzerland. Where we have Viktor Svensk in lead, 93 minutes and 12 seconds. And here's Martin Hofmann now, the last meters into the finish line. A little bit more than 7 minutes behind the current leader, Viktor Svensk. So Martin, and the finish line is 1 hour, 40 minutes and 34 seconds.
So into 11th place at the moment, about 1 hour and 40.
And on the long leg, still have Kasper Fosser and Matthias Kiburtz running together. So they are on the same route at the moment. None of them is going and climb over the hill. I think that's quite fair to say.
And there's quite a few of them saying fairly low, similar to Max Petter-Bämer, looking at Daniel Hubman, Emil Svensk, Kasper Fosse, Matthias Kiburtz at the moment, Olu Yanaho, Thomas Krivda climbing quite high.
Bergman climbed a little bit more as well.
So we are live now with Kasper Fosse. Everybody else synced to him. That just shows you the gap he has on the rest of the field, but then also shows you that that kind of battle for second and third place as well, with Victor Svensk, our current leader at the finish. Very close with Victor Svensk,
But
Martin Regborn,
we
Emil
have to
Svensk, and
say
Matthias Kiburtz a little bit further ahead.
we have to say that we know that Riekman is going to lose a little bit of time down to control 21. And here we have him in the picture now on the way to the second to last control.
Yep, that's it, number 24. He's just got one more to go before the finish now. And yeah, so he did lose time, just dropping down that slope. You were talking about him having to really get the navigation right on that bit, scale back the speed a little bit. And that's where he saw him lose some time.
He didn't have the best route now between 23 and 24. He stayed close to that, to that river, to that stream, and crossed it at the third option. And I don't think we have seen anyone doing that before, really. The other ones who crossed there, they went out on the street first. So I think it's due to this route that he loses another, let's say, 15 to 20 seconds.
We're being quite negative about his run, but he's still going to come into a top 3 position, it looks like, and should go in here ahead of Max Petter-Bämer. But when the Swedes are fighting for world champ selection, it's so tight, and there's so many of them as well. 9 Swedes in this final. All 18 of the men's and women's team combined made it through into this final, and he's still going to be into that second position. So close. And there were lots of things that went right there in his race, but ultimately that loss of a minute at the moment puts him into second place, with a few runners running quicker than him at the moment. We've got Emil Svensk, Matthias Kiburtz and Kasper Fosse, of course, who've got about a 3-minute lead at the moment. They should all be challenging for those top spots. These are the standings then at the finish. Victor Svensk's 93 minutes. Everyone else over a minute behind. Martin Regborn just coming in there, and 4 Swedes leading the way, with 6 in the top 10 as well. Lukas Liland, the best of the rest in Norway at the moment, 3:22 behind. Here, Thomas Hakeler was our first starter. He's going to pick up a lot of good Forest World Ranking points. It's only his second Forest World Cup race. Much more well known as a sprinter. He's a European bronze medalist in the sprint. Great to see the 2 French athletes up there in the top 20 as well. Mathieu Perrin and Quentin Andrieux. And in fact, we've got Quentin Moulet on the first page as well. So France really taking a step up here across the board in the top 20.
Actually looking at the GPS right now. Kiburtz and Foss are still quite at the same place. Kiburtz a little bit lower in the slope compared to Fosser.
Yeah, they definitely they split up probably about 3 minutes ago. And again, it's so hard to know what the forest is like out there on this particular bit, whether they'll be able to see each other, whether they won't, whether they'll be able to hear each other.
Actually, in this bit here, they've been 4 years ago, or many of them have been there. That's where they had the middle distance in this slope. So I think that should be quite familiar for many of them. Koopman's going really, really low in that slope. He's going to lose time. I think he's going to be too much distance on this one.
It's a bit of a Tove Alexanderson route, a little bit too low.
Mm.
Should be seeing Gustav Bergman and Thomas Krivda very soon to the third TV control. As if on cue.
Just behind, we should see Bergman, approximately 5 to 10 seconds. I can hear him. Here he is.
So 11th place for him there at the moment.
Final part of the long distance day here in Idre Fjäll this Thursday, 19th of June. Tove Alexandersson won the women's race, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Simona Eberstad,
So live with Kasper Fosse, everybody else synchronized to his time.
Would be interesting to be synced with, to have them really live, because Svensk is quite low as well, a bit lower than, or quite much lower than Fosse. Hoopman is even lower, not in the picture here.
Yeah, Hoodman's going to bump into the road soon, I think. I'm not too worried about, as long as Victor Svensky's in marsh now, it should be fairly obvious to now not drop too much. Should be good. Emil, yeah. You can just see Haddon just not quite got the speed of Kasper Fosse and of Matthias Kiberts.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see that in the
the two
picture
of
you
them,
have
just
on the
couldn't
screen.
hang on.
You can't really see that on the screen. We haven't on the picture you have on the screen, but if you look at the live GPS, you can see it. Basically, Kiberts still 10 seconds behind Fosse. And here we have Victor Svensk, the leader's chair.
So the time for
Yeah, it looks like he's getting quite, well, I was going to say it looks like he's getting quite comfortable, but doing some stretching now.
It's going to be a fight between him and his brother, I think, for the last place on the podium, on top 3. Here
we
is
can
the route I've
compare
been
Martin
talking about.
Wegborn and Victor Svensson.
Yeah, you can see he's the only one basically that stayed on the left side in running direction of this stream for such a long time. It was about half a minute, 25 seconds difference. Hoopman was really, really low. He dropped down to the street. Of course, now it's quite easy to get the control, but not. He did quite much distance on this leg. Here's the comparison between the two brothers. Victor Svensk, we know that that he executed this leg really well. Emil Svensk, in my opinion, a bit far down the slope, doing
He's
more
going to go,
distance, and especially from
going
here,
further.
you can see he loses quite much of time and distance. So now definitely advantage Victor Svensk. The gap at the last TV control between the two Svensk brothers, 10 seconds in Emil's favor.
And Emil Svensk is running the risk now of being caught up by Kasper Fosser.
Either it's a risk or a chance for him.
Yeah. So we'll get the time check at number 23, where Victor Svensk is leading, Martin Regborn second, and at that point Anton Johansson was in third. He's now in fourth at the finish. Next one we should see to control 23 is Daniel Hubman. Ole Ejanaho, no problems at the moment to 21. And we're live on this picture with Emil Svensk, who just up the slope from him is Kasper Fosser, who now seems to have definitely dropped Matthias Kiberts. They've pretty much gone the same route.
And you can see the gap between Victor and Emil Svensk, more than a minute.
Okay, so this is split 3. Yeah. We are indeed. This is control 23. Comes through here. You can see outside the top 10. Punch is there, and still to decide his route choice here. He's going to drop down and cross this closest bridge. I think we're looking out at the overhead of control number 24, Gustav Bergman, and Thomas Krivda on the corner of this track. These two runners together.
Very soon to approach control 24, second to last control.
Yep, it's on the top of the hill over here, as you can see. Gustav Bergman pushing hard here. Only one more control to go. Has to get the direction right. We can pick up the two runners and our running camera here from our drone shots. See them fight their way through the final meters of this race. 16 kilometers, more than 16 kilometers, more than 600 meters of climb in this race to lead to a winning time of around about 90 minutes. We aren't quite there yet, but I think Kasper Fosser will go under that mark. Let's take Gustav Bergman into the finish, and here's Kasper Fosser and Emil Svensk together. So Fosser's now caught up Emil Svensk. So you can see Fosser into the lead at that point. He's dropped Matthias Kiberts and Emil Svensk. I'm just waiting for the time to come up on my system, into fourth place.
Actually, we're going to hear from Victor Svensk now.
So here with current leader in the men's class, Victor Svensk. How was your race, Victor?
It was a really good technical race today. I just tried to focus on the orienteering today and do that good. And I did it. So I'm really satisfied with that.
And this special mountain terrain, how well did you execute them? What was your strategy to get through the course in the best way?
I tried to take it really slow and just as I said, focus on the technical in the difficult part. And I managed to do that really good. So I'm really happy with that.
And right now we're waiting for Kasper Fosser, Matthias Kiburz, and your brother Emil. What's your gut feeling for today's result?
Fosser running really strong, so he will win this, I think. And I'm so happy that Emil running good. That's really nice.
But I guess you want to be in the top 3 as well.
Yeah, of course I will be in. I want to be in top 3, but if it's one guy beats me and it's Emil that puts me down from the top 3, I think it's okay.
It's beautiful, brother love. Thank you so much, Victor.
Thank you.
I was just about to say that. You would never have heard me saying that.
No, me neither. Me neither. Well, maybe he's being nice for the camera. I'm sure he would want to beat his brother, and he looks like he's going to as well. What happened, obviously, whilst Victor Svensk was talking, we saw Matthias Kiburz through at TV control number 3 into second place, so 3:47 behind Kasper Fosser, but about 1 minute and 1 second quicker than Victor Svensk. So you would hope Matthias Kiburz would be able to hang on to that second place. He's obviously not moving as quick as Kasper Fosser, but it's a lot to lose the whole minute from 23 to the end. We're live then with Kasper Fosser. Everyone else's mark synchronized to his as he goes a fairly straight route across to 24.
And I mean, the Rekman is in the fight again as well. This is going to be tight, but I don't think actually that anyone. I think we have the top 3 ready. It will be big surprise if Emil Svensk could make his way back into the top 3.
So it is. What you can't see on that picture is that Kasper Fosser is running alongside Emil Svensk and Olli Ojanaho, the 3 of them together, all just right next to that stream. Daniel Hubman, though, looks like he will be the next one into the finish, and Matthias Kiburz is not too far behind the trio, including Kasper Fosser. Haddon much further behind. He is out of the kind of podium, even top 6 standings at the moment. So Hubman, the next we'll see at the finish, followed by what we think will be today's winner. He has to do a massive mistake for that not to happen, and then we will sort out the fight for the medals, the fight between the 2 Svensk brothers, and where Matthias Kiburz will end up as well. He's looking like he's on for a silver medal. As Kasper Fosser kind of departs from the stream, takes that straight route again. He's just taken some really great use of the compass, gone straight through the terrain, thinking back to controls 15. There we saw him kind of do that. Well, actually, he did mess up at the end of 15, so it wasn't quite plain sailing for him either. But let's catch Daniel Hubman towards the finish as well. He's on his way through the trees, going to emerge onto the track, and then at control 24. These last couple of controls, kind of on the edge of the arena, not the most technical, but just getting them back towards the actual finish line and arena itself. Very flat section there. This is Joey Haddon. This is control 23. As we said before, I said he was kind of outside the top 6. He's outside the top 20 here. You could see him previously just not having that technical, that physical speed compared to the others. He is the last one out there in the forest. They'll nearly be packing up the course behind him. But this man feeling very confident at the moment. Very generous towards his brother. he was happy to see Emil running well, but I'm sure he will want to beat his brother. Looks very good for a top 3 at the moment. Here's Casper Foster though. We can follow him through the terrain towards the second to last control and the last control and the finish as well. We'll follow him all the way in. Well, I thought we were going to
Well, we tried to
if
follow
our
him.
camera control can stay on 2 feet. So there he is, followed by Emil Svens, because you just saw in the picture there. He is
And I
going to
mean,
take it all
this
the way into the finish.
last control is very, very easy. So it's just following
Mm.
now to the finish. And it's a very similar race, actually, the men's race, compared to the one we have seen in the women's class. Here we have Daniel Hoopman to the finish. Very similar because Kasper Fosser, the guy is going to win this race very early in this competition. He is catching one of his biggest, yeah, I mean, one of the
His
fastest
biggest
runners,
rival,
very in
yeah.
the beginning,
Let's say, yeah,
biggest
Matthias
rival
Gibbets,
in the
yeah.
beginning. Gets a very good feedback on his speed, on his technique, and Matthias Keywords, who is most probably going to get the silver position, very similar to Abersold, running together with, well, the winner of the race for a long, long time. Difference here is that we have a third place that actually did the course by himself, Victor Svensk.
Yeah, absolutely. Casper Foster, though, will cross the line to take another long distance win, the first race in the World Cup of this year. And it is a win here today. You can see he has gone 5 minutes quicker in the end than Victor Svensk. And Emil Svensk not able to beat his brother. He is down into third place, as you can see, going there 6 minutes slower than Casper Foster. And we've got Matthias Kibberts
At
still to
the
come.
second to last control now, on the way to the last control, so it's definitely going to be a silver for Kiburts.
Yep, he has just maintained that position. He wasn't with Casper Foster the whole way around. They kind of split up and then kind of caught back together again. Both of those two top guys making small mistakes that allowed the other to close back on the gap again. Ollie Yenho, by the way, into 15th place. Will be 16th though by the time Matthias Kibert comes into the finish here. Of course, big aim for these guys are the World Championships in Finland coming up, and it's going to be some good feedback, I think, for all of them.
Yeah,
With
I
Matthias
don't
Kibert
know.
into second place.
I don't know how Kiburts feels about that. He loses 4 minutes on a long distance. Well, if he would not have been running together with Kasper Fosse, would probably be more, or there's a risk that it would be more. His big goal for the season is to win the long distance in about 3 weeks. Loses 4 minutes today. That will be a tough one for him. Of course, it will be different. Runnability probably not exactly the same as here. Will need more strength, different technical skills, but still long distance Scandinavian terrain. Just a few weeks before the World Championships. Even if it's a second position, well, yeah, what to do
Well, I
against
just
Kasper
think there's
Fosse?
well, I was going to say it's exactly the same in the women's. There's going to be a whole group of orienteers scratching their heads trying to come up with tactics, and they've been trying to come up with tactics for years to beat Tove Alexanderson and Casper Foster on a long distance race, especially. And they've felt like in the women's class certainly they've got closer and closer, but they've still not managed to crack it. Here's the final result though: Casper Foster from Norway taking the win, 4 minutes ahead of Matthias Kibert. Two of them saw a lot of each other around on that course. Victor Svensk with a run, pretty much a solo run around today, in for that third place. And as you can see there, 1 minute and 2 seconds quicker than his brother. Lots of Swedes in that top spot as well. Olli Janaho in the end dropping down to 16th place, ahead of Thomas Hakeler as well. That's
And
how
quite
the
easy
top
just to say
20 wraps up.
which nation is going to be the favorites for the relay on Sunday. If we just take this result here, we have
Yeah,
is it
Sweden
5
third,
Swedish
fourth,
runners?
fifth, sixth,
Yeah,
seventh, 11th. Yes, Sweden on
and
home soil will be huge favourites.
yeah, and this probably one of the most decisive legs of the day, of course, one of the most decisive legs. We see the different route choice, quite similar as it was in the women's race. Well, good course planning. You see that all three options were chosen of the top runners. Casper Foster just executes it so well. It's not easy to, I mean, it's to this point, it's not all of them could do very well on running in the slope. The difficult part begins here when you start to get close to the control in such a dense forest where visibility is low, and then you have to find the control. He does that very well. We also see that Beimer at this point really good in the race, a great second leg. But then this struggles to control 3, still hasn't got it, takes another turn, and he's far behind the top athletes at this point. Control 5, another decisive control. Many of the runners were too low in the slope. We also had Erik Langedal Breivik. Actually, I think he started to read again towards control 1 and then quit the race. Beimer again with a mistake to control 5. And at this point here, Fosse was already together with Matthias Kiburz. I think it was just at control 8 when he finally caught him. Could probably see him already between 6 and 7. All the others behind, very similar. This was the mistake by Kiburz. You see that Emil Svensk at this place here had a very good, safe second position. Keep an eye on Emil Svensk now, because from control 12 to 13, he's going to do a mistake. And he stays too low and is running in the marsh. Here, I think that Victor Svensk approximately 40 seconds quicker on this one. Still Beimer far behind the others.
Kiburz at this point moving his way through the field.
And that's also the point where he actually loses contact to Casper Fosser, who gets small gap here, but then misses on control 15, has to turn, and then here they are together again. Emil Svensk again with a different route, the only one heading down into the marsh, taking the path there. Kiburz taking a different route to control 16 then.
And I hadn't previously spotted Beimer very high up on the route to 15.
And then the other decisive leg here between 20 and 21. It was more about execution here, how far up the hill you should go. Not that many that went over the hill. I don't think any of the top runners did that actually. Riekman stayed much higher than the others, but he didn't go all the way over the top of the hill. And somewhere here, I think Fosser made a gap to Kiburz again. Emil Svensk stayed much lower in the slope, too low. You had to find some middle way here. And Beimer, I think, did that really good. At this point, Emil Svensk still on a great place, but then here should be climbing a bit more, making distance, and then dropping a bit too low. That's where Victor Svensk really got away from him. And Martin Rekborn loses a lot of time here on the last part of the long leg. And then we have our top 3 ready. No bigger changes. Rekborn, the only one who stays on the left side of the stream, losing another 25 seconds between 23 and 24. But still manages to get in just ahead of Max Peter Beimer.
And I'm here with Casper Fosser, the winner of today. Congratulations, Casper. We just watched the race analysis actually here. You in the lead all the way. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels great. I had the best feeling in my legs so far this season, and yeah, it's good to just feel just felt like I could run like without any problems, and the legs were just like running by themselves. So that's a great feeling.
It must be, and the controls in the early part of the stage, a lot of athletes make mistake there. You just seem to race right in through and catch up with Mathias Geburts quite early. How did you experience that part?
Yeah, I knew it would be tricky in the beginning in the slope, so I really managed to like take time into the controls and be really sure about my direction and my navigation, and yeah, I felt like I hit those first controls really well, and it was quite the easy part in the middle, and yeah, felt also like I managed to manage my energy really well throughout the course, and had a fast finish as well. So this was almost a perfect race.
And you were running alongside Matthias some of the race. What did that mean for your race?
Yeah, it was of course really good feedback. I saw him up on the open part, and I felt like I was catching up a little bit each leg there, and yeah, catching a strong runner like Matthias is a really good feeling, of course. And then yeah, I saw Joey after a while, and then I saw Emil towards the end, and then I knew this was a really good race.
And we're just a few weeks ahead of the World Championships in Finland, winning a long distance here by 4 minutes. What does that mean to you, so close to the World Champs?
Yeah, it's of course the best feeling you can have towards World Championships. It's different challenges in Finland than we have here today, but managing to be this strong physically today is yeah, it's the best start of the World Cup season I could hope for.
And before we get to the World Champs, there's a middle distance on Saturday here in Idre Fjäll as well. Should we put our money on you?
Yeah, I think so. I have become more stable orienteer since the last time we ran World Cup here. So I think that this should suit me really, really well.
We'll see. Thank you, Kasper, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Kasper Foster there, today's winner, full of confidence as you might expect, and yeah, just obviously getting the best possible feedback, trying to take a third title in a row in the World Championships in the long distance race. Yeah, it was a long and grueling one. The long distance absolutely earned its name, and kind of exciting up to the very end. I mean, the winner was very clear in both the men's and the women's races. Much fewer kind of those big mistakes that we saw in the men's race, but still a lot of chopping and changing, which I think, you know, as a spectator of orienteering, as a fan of orienteering, I love to see.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen mistakes even in the men's race, but not at the same place. The second control a bit easier
as well.
Yeah, the second control was a bit easier in the men's race compared to the women's one. But on the other side, we have seen mistakes on the open area, which we barely saw in the women's race. So, yeah, the only thing to get back to Kasper Foster, I mean, if you would really look for something that could make it, more exciting towards the long distance at the World Championships, if he really feels in top form today, it's 3 weeks is quite a long time to keep that.
Yes, you've got to try and time your peak exactly at the right moment.
Even if he would not be on the very peak, the performance today, well, he would not need to be on top of the peak to win it either. So, yeah.
No, it was such a big winning margin, 4th place in the end. So the top Swede today was Victor Svensk, going to put him in a great shout for getting the World Champs place. We've been talking about so much throughout this broadcast.
It was the first top 3 for Victor Svensk in a World Cup race.
Great achievement for him. He's really, in the last couple of seasons, he's really kind of emerged and obviously picking up his best results so far. Mathias Geburts had quite a few podiums, wins and medals in the World Cup. A great 2nd place for him today. but it's going to be a 4-minute gap at the top of the leaderboard for Kasper Fosse from Norway. And for him, he just adds another great win on his long distance results, and that is the key for Kasper Fosse. So many of these guys have their aim for these World Championships, but Kasper Fosse is going to want to take his third long distance title in a row, and to start off his World Cup campaign with a win, as he said, it cannot get better than that. So great work for all of those three. 88 minutes and 13 seconds in the end for Kasper Fosse. So pretty good. Tough and grueling, quite close to our expected winning time as well. So they will try and recover tomorrow then on the rest day, after doing the qualification and the long distance days back to back, before coming back for the middle distance on Saturday, and then the relay on Sunday. Still lots of orienteering still to come from Idre Fjäll in Sweden. And these are the standings then. They get 100 points from the win, as you can see, and then the points go down from there. So they will be scoring points throughout the whole season. We've got races in Belgium and we've got races in Switzerland coming up as the season after the World Champs turns more to a sprint focus. They will be earning World Cup points. Simona Aebersold, our current World Cup leader from last year, and her partner Kasper Fosse was the winner last year as well. So 100 points already added to his score is the ideal start. And we'll be wanting to pick up points across all of the disciplines over the next few months, ending with the World Cup final in Switzerland. Okay, we'll leave you with some pictures from the forest. As a reminder, rest day tomorrow, then we'll be back in the forest for the middle distance on Saturday and the relay on Sunday. More medals, more prizes to be won, more great orienteering in the fells, in the slopes, in the forests of Idre Fjäll still to come.